We are
Requisite.
ready when you are ready.
Good morning. A quorum being present, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. The committee is meeting today for consideration of H.R. 489 to impose sanctions on the Supreme Leader of Iran and President of Iran and their respective officers for human rights abuses and support for terrorism. H.Res. 300 requesting the President and directing the Secretary of Defense to transmit respectively to the House of Representatives copies of all documents indicating any plans for current or future military assistance to Ukraine and documents indicating whether any United States armed forces, including Special Operations Forces, are currently deployed in Ukraine. And next, H.R. 1690, to authorize the Secretary to negotiate regional immigration agreements and for other purposes. And last, H.R. 2789, to direct the Secretary of State to develop a strategy on efforts to strengthen subnational cooperation between the United States and Mexico and for other purposes. And the ranking member being present, I will do my opening statement. Pursuant to Committee Rule 4, the Chair may postpone any further proceedings on approval of any measure or matter or adopting of an amendment. Without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any point. Without objection, all members will have 5 days to submit statements on and extraneous material into the record on today's business. Pursuant to House Rule 1, I request that members have an opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on or after today's measures. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 589, a bill to impose sanctions on the Supreme Leader of Iran and the President of Iran and their respective offices for human rights abuses and support for terrorism.
H.R. 589, a bill to impose sanctions on the Supreme Leader of Iran, the President of Iran, and their respective offices for human rights abuses and support for terrorism. Be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, the McCaul amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 39, circulated to members in advance, shall be considered as read and will be treated as the original text for purposes of amendment. I now recognize myself for a short statement. This bipartisan bill, which I am proud to be a co-sponsor, deals with the outcome of September when a 22-year-old woman was murdered at the hands of Iran's morality police. Her supposed crime was improperly covering her hair. Her death sparked a vast popular protest movement with civilians across the country chanting, "Women, life, freedom," and other slogans protesting the regime's totalitarian control of every aspect of their life and their interpretation of what was moral and not. The regime responded with a characteristic cruelty, cracking down on these peaceful protesters. Since September, hundreds have been murdered by Iran's security forces. Thousands more have been detained and trumped-up charges on many of them, especially women, have been subjected to torture and other cruel punishments. There are now terrifying indications that the regime is involved in a deliberate poisoning of schoolgirls in Iran, with thousands of girls poisoned in the last few months. Iran has also engaged in ongoing human rights violations against American citizens. Iran continues to hold at least 3 American citizens hostage, and Iran has engaged in assassination plots of American citizens on U.S. soil. These and other attacks on American people and the Iran people cannot be unanswered. The bill is designed to force the administration's hand on a bipartisan basis to assure that the United States is using all available authorities to compel the regime to abandon these brutal good day for this, brutal abuses by applying relevant sanctions. This includes both laws passed by Congress and executive orders issued by this and previous presidents. The text we are considering today and the amendment that will be offered by Representative Mills will ensure the bill's functions effectively in both types of authorities, meaning both executive orders and statutes. The text also adds a robust reporting requirement on sanction determinations required under the bill, with a very strict limitations on what can be classified and not otherwise made available to this body and to the public. This will facilitate full transparency and accountability. The administration and future administrations cannot hide behind nebulous rationales for secrecy and noncompliance. Congress and the American people deserve to know exactly what is being done and what they are doing to respond to these brutal human rights violations. And with that, I recognize the ranking member for his opening statement.
I support the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The Mahsa Amini Human Rights and Security Accountability Act, or the Mahsa Act, is a bill that would require the President of the United States to determine whether high-ranking officials of the Islamic Republic regime in Iran should be listed under existing U.S. sanctions for human rights abuses and support of terrorism. Every member on this committee understands the evil nature of Iran's supreme leader, a man who leads a corrupt criminal theocracy that endangers the Iranian people as well as the entire international community. The supreme leader murders, tortures, and abuses his own people. He denies Iranian citizens freedom and democracy. He guides proxy forces meant to destabilize numerous regional countries. He has threatened to wipe Israel off the map, and he is developing a nuclear program that has stockpiled enough highly enriched uranium for several nuclear warheads. There must be costs associated with this behavior, and the United States is delivering those costs. The Supreme Leader is currently sanctioned under EO 13876, which blocks the property of the Supreme Leader and his office, as well as persons determined to have provided material support to the Supreme Leader or his office. As of April 20th, 2023, 112 persons have been designated for sanctions pursuant to this order, 75 entities, 36 individuals, and 1 vessel. Some of these designations were made by the Trump administration, and some have been made by the Biden administration. It is entirely a bipartisan priority. The Supreme Leader is fully cut off from the American financial system and is not allowed to travel to the United States. He's also subject to secondary sanctions, which allow us to greatly expand our sanctions reach. Other prominent Iranian leaders currently under the strict American sanctions include President Raisi, who 2 of Iran's vice presidents and 7 cabinet ministers, to include the ministers of communication, culture, defense, intelligence, interior, and petroleum. And as I mentioned just moments ago, companies and subsidiaries tied to the Supreme Leader in the sectors of energy, textiles, mining, chemicals, and financial services are all under strict sanctions as well. And I intend to vote for this legislation in committee to allow it to continue to progress to a conference with the Senate. But during that process, I want to make sure and certain that the legislative text will not harm this or any president's ability to adjust to any potential national security event vis-a-vis Iran. I also hope we can streamline the reporting requirements to make them feasible for OFAC and the Treasury Department to deliver to Congress. I also want to thank Chairman McCaul and his staff for working with us on this bill and to make sure that we're able to proceed in a bipartisan manner. As always, I appreciate the cooperation and working together with the chairman. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the ranking member. And with that, we will now recognize members under the 5-minute rules, alternating between the majority and minority. Is there anyone seeking recognition to discuss the bill further? The gentlelady is recognized. Could you pull the mic a little closer? It doesn't seem to be working well. See, you move in seniority and these good things happen.
Easy to do this way, isn't it? Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Meeks, for your leadership in working to pass this and other important measures. The Iranian regime continues to threaten the fundamental human rights of its own citizens. Since the tragic death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini in the custody of Iran's so-called morality police for allegedly wearing her headscarf incorrectly, thousands of Iranians have joined peaceful protests and demonstrations calling for their basic rights and freedoms to be respected. It has been sickening to witness the Iranian authorities' brutal crackdown on these peaceful protesters, including sentencing some protesters to death and carrying out public executions. That is why I was proud to co-sponsor H.Res 7, a bipartisan resolution introduced by Representative Tenney, supporting the brave women and men risking their lives to protest in Iran. I've also worked with Representatives Tom Keene and Bill Keating on a bipartisan effort urging the European Union to designate Iran's IRGC as a terrorist organization. I'm glad that on Monday, the Biden administration, in coordination with the UK, designated several senior Iranian officials and IRGC commanders for sanctions for violating human rights, further increasing pressure on the regime. The bipartisan agreement on H.R. 589, the Mahsa Amini Human Rights and Security Accountability Act, that the committee is considering today, helps ensure that Iran's supreme leader and other senior officials face the strong sanctions regime that we have put in place. I proudly stand with the people of Iran in sending a clear message that those responsible for violating human rights in Iran and exporting terrorism should be held accountable. Mr. Chairman, I support this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in continuing to support the Iranian people. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there anyone further seeking recognition? There being no further discussion on the bill, the committee will move to consideration of the amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? The gentleman, Mr. Mills, is recognized for the purpose of offering an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that there were constitutional concerns regarding
pardon me. We have an amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment. just give him an opportunity to distribute the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 589, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida. Page 5.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I understand that there were some constitutional concerns regarding separation of powers with the original forcing language of the bill as it was introduced, thereby being the President shall impose sanctions. However, the ANS dilutes it to such an extent that the administration or other administrations could simply not enforce the bill as Congress intends it. My amendment resolves these issues by clarifying the technical language, restoring the strength of the bill, while also ensuring any administration unable to play legal gymnastics can avoid implementing the strengthened measure. Specifically, my amendment divides the issue between how administration implementation this bill provisions. Regarding the sanctions statutes referenced within the bill under which Congress can force the administration to take actions, my amendment restores the shall impose language of the original bill. However, recognizing that there are legal ramifications for applying this forcing language to executive orders, my amendment does maintain the pursue sanctions verbiage for those discretionary authorities. As someone who has actually been the recipient with my team of Iranian government aggressions as I was blown up with EFP in 2006, I can assure you that we must hold the terrorist Iranian regime accountable, and this is very personal to me. This regime is responsible for the brutally murdering countless men, women, and children, and supporting heinous acts of violence around the world. It is unconscionable to me that those responsible for these activities would be able to continue accessing financial and economic lifelines provided by the United States. I am proud to be a co-sponsor of the MASA Act and a strong supporter. And while I am happy to recognize there are improvements that could be made to it, this is what markups are for, to have discussions and resolve any issues that the original bill may have had. I am glad to see some of the changes that were made by the Chairman's ANS, and I'm thankful for his willingness to work with me to find a solution to this particular provision to retain the intent and the strength of this bill. We must no longer allow the malign activities of this regime, of the IRGC, of the Quds Force, and those who have actually resulted in the brutal murder of exactly who we're protecting right now, which is Mahsa Amini. I ask that everyone in this room join with me to ensure that we not only hold them accountable, but that we actually prevent such activities from going on in the future. This type of human rights violation cannot be something that we accept. In America, we claim that we are the shining beacon of freedom and liberty, but not supporting such an amendment or such a bill would really speak otherwise. We also say, both on the left and the right, that we support women's rights and the right for them to actually have the freedoms and the liberties to walk peacefully and conduct themselves in the manner in which they see fit, not to be ostracized, persecuted, brutally murdered, imprisoned, tortured, raped, and worse. I ask that we all come together, not just to show the greatness of America and what we do here in the Foreign Affairs Committee, but to show what we stand for as Americans. Whether we are Republican, whether we are Democrat, whether we are independents, we all believe in the freedoms and liberties that all should have. With that, I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield for just a moment? Will the gentleman yield to the chair? I won't even ask for my own, thank you. I don't want to ask for my own time. I want to just thank the gentleman for his thoughtful amendment and for the fact that it really does clarify this bill in a good way. It's something we're all seeking and will continue to seek throughout the day. So that's my entire statement in support of your good work. And with that, thank the gentleman. Does anyone else seek recognition? The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I have to oppose the Mills Amendment. You know, what we did, we worked together, and I thought we had an agreement with them. But since my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have sought to change the deal that we had negotiated. The language in the Mills Amendment adds unnecessary rigidity to the text, so therefore I unfortunately must oppose it. The language in the Mills Amendment should clarify the imposition of sanctions is done in the manner and mechanisms as in the underlying statutes. Contrary to fixing the legal gymnastics, the exclusion of the language which was suggested in negotiating will add confusion in its implementation, and therefore I have no choice but to oppose it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Would the gentleman yield for a question? Is there a secondary amendment that you could offer to help us bridge this gap? As you know, this is a committee that almost always reaches consensus, and we'd like to do that today.
Always ready to do that. I'm always ready to have a dialogue and a conversation to see if we can fix it, as we had been negotiating before.
Okay, then if it's appropriate, and I think it is, what I'd like to do is we will not hold the vote on this amendment. We'll continue through the process so the staff can see if that can be done, if that's acceptable.
That's acceptable to me.
Okay, then
Mr. Chairman, may I clarify one point?
yes, of course you may. Well, with the chairman or the ranking member's acquiescence of his time.
Yes.
You know, I want to clarify one thing. This myth about the amendment is now being more extreme than the original text of the bill. The fact is this: the amendment simply clarifies the bill's intent and resolves constitutional concerns that some have raised with Congress, forcing the administration to take certain actions in relation to executive orders, which are discretionary authorities. If anything, my amendment is nothing more than a technical correction that aligns to the intended impact of the bill with the legally required verbiage to be effective. Statutes enacted by Congress and signed into law by the President are distinct from the implementation of executive orders. What my amendment does is simply reflects that reality and clarifies the language of the bill to be in sync with that actual reality. It doesn't strengthen the bill to a point which is not unconstitutional any longer. It strengthens the bill to get to its original intent that we want, which is to help impose these sanctions, not pursue these sanctions. With that, I yield back.
Any further comment?
No, not really. I was just saying, and that's why I will yield to try to talk, because I want to make sure that the amendment is clear about the discretion of the authority. So I'm willing to have a dialogue and conversation and see if we can work this out, because it's we are clearly united on the basics and on the original bill, but I'm always ready to try to see if we can.
Well, I know we worked well into the night and didn't quite get there. Let me, if I could ask, General yield for a question. As I understand it, the debate is primarily about the executive orders and how they would be treated. I think we all know that a president can issue a new executive order at any time, and a president can rescind an executive order at any time. Do you think, as we go to the floor, if we could have report language that made it clear that that authority is not superseded by this bill, that in fact, although we are codifying executive orders, we are not putting them in statute, and therefore a president still has the authority to add a new executive order or take one away, and as a middle ground, that would seem like it would affirm what is there in the history, but not prohibit the president's authority.
Mr. Chairman.
Would my friend yield for a question?
He's your friend.
Yes, I yield.
So the language being proposed says, shall impose, but has a caveat to that, or as appropriate. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, Mr.
And
Mills.
that's what you referred to, Mr. Meeks, as sort of legal gymnastics. And I kind of appreciate the gentleman. I mean, I happen to believe we have the power to say shall. I don't know. I think that's in the Constitution, but that's for lawyers to argue, I guess. So I appreciate the willingness to negotiate, although I would note, would I not, Mr. Meeks, that we in fact have been negotiating language in this bill for 2 weeks, including right up to 3 this morning?
You are correct.
But we did have a good night's rest.
Very, all right. Well, I'm happy to join with you in trying to work out more. And I understand the hurdle the gentleman is trying to get over. And the question, I think, is, but is this language going to do it? Is this efficacious, or is this language trying to meet this hurdle sincerely, in fact, going to complicate things and make it more murky. And that's really
That's
the
the-
question, I think, on our side of the aisle.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I thank the gentleman.
Would the gentleman offer?
Well, I think now it's my time to say I will take my 5 minutes and I yield to the gentleman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Mr. Connolly. I really appreciate it, as well as for Mr. Meeks, for your willingness to work on this. I will say, however, and I want to reference this because I, too, want to make sure that we're not worrying about the gymnastics that is going to have to pursue. And that's why, while there are debates about the Congress's constitutional authority to force executive branch to take certain actions based on authorities provided under the executive order, Congress does have the constitutional authority to force the executive branch to impose sanctions that fall under the purview of statutes. For example, and this is to your point, sir, Section 105 of CATSA required the President to impose sanctions on the IRGC, and the executive branch did exactly that. So there are no fight in court. There was no question about the constitutionality of that provision that was raised. And while the original text of the bill caused some concerns about the constitutional separation of power, my amendment just clearly articulates the distinction between how Congress engages with the executive branch on statutes and executive orders, thereby preventing any questions about the bill's constitutionality. And to your point, Mr. Connolly, I absolutely agree with you. This is a constitutional authority, and I appreciate you for bringing that up. Thank you so much. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Would the chair yield?
I would further yield, yes.
Just one moment's comment about this. I do appreciate the amendment and appreciate the discussion today. I just want to offer my support for this amendment and note that messaging oftentimes is different than bill drafting. It's a distinct two-way street. Sometimes we got to choose one way or the other. I appreciate Mr. Mills in the drafting of this amendment because I think the language is well-reasoned, carefully drafted, narrowly tailored to meet the end that it's intended to meet. It ensures that the actual drafting of this bill strengthens the bill's intent, which is bringing more teeth to the enforcement measures contained in it while preserving the constitutional doctrine of separation of powers, a balancing act that sometimes is hard to do. So I support this amendment and just want to thank my colleague, Mr. Mills, for bringing it forward in a thoughtful manner. But we'll see what happens when we get to the floor. But I do appreciate the amendment. I support it. Thank you. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Before I yield back, this dialogue has been helpful. I, for one, will pledge to the ranking member that we will, regardless of what we arrive and depart today with in the way of a base bill, that obviously we want to reach the language that was being worked on. I believe we're close. If there's further need for either report language or technical changes, Mr. Mills, I assume that you're willing to continue to negotiate. Mr. Meeks, I know you are. So let's go through. Let's get the bill out. But as always, debate does not end with the bill as it leaves the committee. That we do want to make sure there are technical changes that, if necessary, that make this bill as good as it can and as clear as it can for an administration that we know well can misinterpret that which we do not universally agree on. So let's see if we can get there. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further requests for time, the motion is on the Mills amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. I just want to take a moment to make sure that I make it clear. The intention is to continue to negotiate, to try to find the differences between what I think are the same goal Mr. Mills and Mr. Meeks have agreed to. We're going to go ahead and have the recorded vote with the recognition that regardless of how we vote here today, the goal will be to in fact have the intention that both sides have agreed to. You know, in a perfect world, we'd, recess and do it, but I know that that we do have 4 bills to get through today, and so I've been advised to go ahead and vote the Mills amendment. But I, like Mr. Mills, agree to continue to work in good faith. I think we can get there. As I said, all those in favor, I heard ayes. All those opposed?
No.
Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments at this time? Mr. Meeks?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The ranking member is recognized for the purpose of his amendment, and the clerk shall designate the amendment. Please distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 589, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York. Page 9, line 4, strike person. And
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard supporters of the bill emphasize that the bill is about making sure that the supreme leader, other Iranian leaders, and Iranian enablers are sanctions. My amendment is simple. It clarifies that the scope of the sanctions is limited to Iranians and does not extend to allies and partners around the globe. The language in the current text is potentially overbroad and could capture people and companies around the globe. My amendment makes sure our focus is where it should be, on the Iranian leaders that suppress, impoverish, and commit human rights violations against their people and sponsor terror around the region and the world. And that's simply what it does, and therefore I urge all of my colleagues to support my amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. The chair must oppose this amendment for a simple reason. In its current form, it could exclude groups which, some of whom are already sanctioned in other ways, such as Hezbollah and others, the Syrian regime, that are in absolute lockstep with the Iranian government. Having said that, if there's any clarification on the bill, we want to make it clear that the President and the administration does determine whether someone is that affiliate or in control. So hopefully every administration would find that Hezbollah is clearly a partner of Iran, while other groups, including allies, some of whom obviously do have relations with Iran, remain loyal allies. For example, our military base in Qatar is a country which does have diplomatic relations with Iran, does have Iranians in their country, but at the same time is a trusted base. And I do see the point of the gentleman. I just cannot support it in its current form.
Will the gentleman yield?
Of course I'd yield.
I just want to say that this amendment does not remove sanctions from anyone. So Hezbollah, sanctions are there, those sanctions would continue. So it would not remove sanctions from anyone.
And I totally agree with the gentleman that it doesn't remove those which we have sanctioned, but as the ranking member knows, we often find individuals who can be recognized as aligned with the regime, and at any time it is unlikely that they'll be able to essentially systematically sanction. The bill in its current form essentially doesn't name new individuals or new countries, but rather simply says that if the administration finds them to be an extension of Iran, then they are covered by these sanctions, which is, again, the Secretary of State, Department of Homeland Security, and others clearly have an ability to determine, for example, that the Emir of Qatar is not in league with Iran, but in fact represents an ally who supports us, while being just as present in Syria, they are aligned with Iran. And I do appreciate that we have a number of sanctions on a number of countries, but it's not all inclusive. If report language, if this amendment fails, and report language making it clear that it is not intended to expand or the like were to be added, it certainly would provide guidance to the administration In the chair's opinion, this really is something that should be extensively covered in report language as guidance to the administration, and I certainly wouldn't oppose that. I yield back. Do any other members seek recognitions? If not, Mr. Mills is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Meeks, for your amendment. While I do oppose this, I want to make sure that I explain why. Throughout my time, I can tell you that during the height and the reign of the Quds forces, Qasem Soleimani, there was multiple partnerships that had been forged, and many of these partnerships were things like that of Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis in Iraq under the H.Res al-Shabi, and now under Qais Khazali, but also the marriage of convenience that came about, where a lot of people don't understand that the General Secretary of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, his own son has married the daughter of Qasem Soleimani, thereby ingratiating himself with the Iranian Ayatollah. By utilizing the language to strike person and only insert Iranian persons would limit our ability with the key factions and the Iranian-backed militias that are actually conducting a lot of these things that are going on. And so we must recognize the fact that if we simply say Iranian person, that would eliminate those like Abu Faraq al-Muhammadawi. That would eliminate things like the militias that are being launched by Ismail Ghani. That would eliminate the ability for us to start taking a larger approach against Abu Faraq. These are people who are committing the exact same atrocities, and in some extents even worse than what we're actually trying to prevent with the Massa Act. And so it's for that reason that I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that I have to oppose this so that we can ensure that all who are committing these atrocities are held accountable. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, there being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman, Mr. Meeks. Number 3, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? I don't see him. The gentleman, Mr. Schneider, is recognized for purpose of offering his amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 589, offered by Mr. Schneider of Illinois. Page 4, after line 6.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman, Mr. Schneider, is recognized to explain his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the Massa Act. I deplore what this regime does to its own people, to the people across the region. The threat Iran and the regime is to our allies and to our own interests. I have consistently worked across the aisle on such acts as the Defend Act, trying to address and prevent Iranian drones in the region and going to Russia, supporting Israel's qualitative military edge, QME, and so much more. But I also want to make sure that our friends, Iranian Americans, know that we are on your side. Democrats and Republicans alike, and together, abhor the Iranian regime and want to make sure we are doing everything we can to help the Iranian people, even if we don't always necessarily agree on the best way to do it. And that's why I proposed this amendment. I'm a co-sponsor of the Massa Act, and I want to make sure that all my constituents in all our country know that the Supreme Leader is already sanctioned. As the ranking member, I urge you to vote for this and support this amendment.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? Gentleman, Mr. Mills, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While this amendment sounds great, it's always the devil's in the details. And essentially what this amendment says is that everyone who needs to be sanctioned is already sanctioned. And we know that that is actually false, and that there are many more who needs to be sanctioned. This undermines the most fundamental message of the bill, which is that more needs to be done to hold the perpetrators of these atrocious human rights violations accountable. According to the talking points of my friends across the aisle, they are the party of human rights. Yet, when it comes down to it, they've ground their teeth at bills such as this. They tried to kill the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. They keep trying to kill or dilute these bills that actually do something about these heinous crimes, and not just talking points, but gives teeth, that actually enables us to be able to go forward and do something and not just look at it as a message bill that sounds great. This amendment is no different, and I challenge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to oppose this amendment for the sake and the lack of teeth that it would provide to the sanctions under the MASA Act.
Would the
With
gentleman
that, I
yield?
yield back.
Does the gentleman yield? Does the gentleman yield to Mr. Snyder?
Thank you. First of all, as I said, I'm a co-sponsor of this act. We support and know we need to apply more sanctions and constantly ratchet up the sanctions, because anytime you apply a sanction, whoever is sanctioned is going to try to find ways, and oftentimes successfully find ways to get around it. The intent of this, as the author I can tell you, is to say these people are already sanctioned. Not to say that they don't deserve more sanctions or we need to ratchet up, but just to make sure people understand they're already sanctioned. So I'm happy to work with you. If you can point out to me where it says here that this is sufficient or we don't need more, let's fix it. But I think it's important that people understand that these people are sanctioned.
I appreciate that, and while I understand that a lot of these people are sanctioned, the level in which they are being sanctioned right now and the additional individuals that need to be sanctioned that are not included in this would make it to where this dilutes the intent of the MASA Act to be able to go after further individuals who committed these atrocious accounts.
I guess that's what I'm asking is where here does it say that? Because all this is saying is that it's acknowledging that the Supreme Leader and several others are already sanctioned. But is not intended to say more sanctions are not needed.
But if that's the case, and it's just recognizing that there's already sanctions on the individuals that we're referring to, why even include that in the bill? It's already an established acknowledgement.
Because I think it's important to note today and to note every day going forward that we're not resting on our laurels. We're not ignoring this in the past. We have already acknowledged that the Supreme Leader is leading a regime that supports, largest supporter of terrorism in the world. We're doing everything we can, for example, to get other nations to sanction and declare the IRGC as a terrorist organization. All this is saying is that, yes, we're aware of it, we're already sanctioning these people, and we need to apply more pressure.
But again, I don't understand the point of this bill to recognize something that's already being established when the key to this bill is just to give more teeth and more sanctioning on the Ayatollah to ensure that they don't have even the financial and economic instruments that are being utilized and being provided by the United States to ensure that we can go ahead and, if you feel so confidently that they are being adequately sanctioned.
That's not what this says. This says that they are sanctioned.
It's an open discussion just to state the fact that if you feel that they're being adequately sanctioned, then fine. Let's not go ahead and look at the MASA Act, right? If we're saying that they're already sanctioned, we just need to strengthen it, then what's the point in saying something that was already established? We know that they're being sanctioned. But it's not to a point where it actually has enough teeth to be able to do something. It hasn't prevented them from the incidents that the atrocious of events. It hasn't prevented them from going out and continuing to be a state sponsor of terror. It hasn't prevented them from the ostracization and the persecution of women in the streets. So if those sanctions that you're referring to are so strong, then why is murders and atrocious human rights events still occurring today?
So we agree. The atrocities, the atrociousness of this regime is not up for debate. We need to move forward. All I'm saying is we agree that we have to apply sanctions. This amendment recognizes that sanctions are already in place on these individuals. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield? Does the gentleman agree that that they are already sanctioned?
I do agree.
And does gentleman Mr. Snyder agree that further sanctions are likely to be needed in order to get compliance that we're not currently getting?
Absolutely.
Might I suggest that the two of you work on specific report language that says that in a single paragraph and that we put it at the beginning of the report language so that it's very clear that those two truths can both occur simultaneously?
I would be okay with that.
Happy to add that, but I still would like to.
The gentleman will still insist on his amendment, but but you do agree to do it. And on behalf of the chair, I agree to make sure that it gets into report language. I think the point in the dialogue has been very helpful. I think this is something that this committee universally agrees with as to the lack of effectiveness to deter Iran from its activities, which the administration and this body agree on. The gentleman yields back. Anyone further seek recognition? Seeing no one further, The amendment, the question now agrees on the amendment to the amendment in the form of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Seeing no further amendments, the question now occurs on the McCaul amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 39. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. I now move the committee to report H.R. 589 as amended to the House with favorable recommendation. All those in favor?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr.
if I may just,
Conley.
with respect to your motion, and that's with the understanding that we're going to continue to work out the language we discussed earlier and the report language you read.
Absolutely. That's why I wanted it in the record, and we will, I believe we can get to an extremely good paragraph between the two gentlemen. I would ask you to work expeditiously, though.
I thank the chair, and of course, we'll support the motion with that understanding.
Thank you. We now move the committee, the committee now moves H.R. 589 as amended to the House favorable recommendation. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it universally and unanimously, and the motion agreed to. And we don't need a roll call. This is a committee should not have that roll call in there to be used at all. Without objection, the motion is considered as laid on the table, and the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes, including the report language. I normally would object to that, but I don't in this case. Pursuant to notice, I now call up House Resolution 300, a resolution of inquiry requesting that the President and directing the Secretary of Defense to transmit, respectively, to the House of Representatives copies of all documents indicating any plans for current or future military assistance to Ukraine and documents indicating whether any United States forces, including Special Operation Forces, are currently in Ukraine. The measure was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the resolution.
H.Res. 300, resolution requesting the President and directing the Secretary of Defense to transmit respectively to the House of Representatives copies of all documents indicating any plans for current or future military assistance to Ukraine and documents indicating whether any United States armed forces, including special operations.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and the resolution is considered read and is open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for a short statement. 1 year and just over 2 months ago, President Putin launched a full-scale, unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine. Last week, the committee heard heartbreaking stories from 2 survivors of Russian war crimes and heard from Ukrainian women who endured 5 days of Russian torture. Then we heard the nightmare of a young teenage Ukrainian boy endured when he was kidnapped by Russian invading forces, brought back to Russia, and subjected to forced adoption, and re-education. The Ukrainian woman was just one of nearly 80,000 reported war crimes, and the young boy was just one of nearly 20,000 kidnapped Ukrainian children. The scale of Putin's war crimes is staggering. In response to Congress, Congress has provided a significant amount of assistance to Ukraine and ensured Putin's aggression is stopped at Ukraine's border and to ensure NATO countries are not next. I have supported this assistance because a victory by Putin in Ukraine would further embolden Americans' adversaries, especially and including Communist China, Iran, and North Korea. But every dollar counts. That is why this committee is considering and continuing to conduct vigorous oversight of the assistance provided to Ukraine. For example, last month, this committee held a hearing with the Inspectors General of DoD, State, and USAID to assess the administration's oversight efforts to date. They each reported they had no significant misuse of U.S. funds to date. This followed the chairman's congressional delegation to Kiev in February, which I was honored to join, to get firsthand knowledge and briefings, both unclassified and classified, on the safeguards of monitoring mechanisms in place, the monitoring mechanisms in place that for U.S. support. It is unfortunate some misunderstand the strong oversight has provided. The U.S. support for Ukraine, self-defense against Putin and its brutal invasion. In reality, this oversight is vital and must continue. This committee is dedicated to the constant, both public and private oversight of our monitoring of every single dollar and every weapon system. U.S. support is enduring, but it is not without the strings of accountability. The resolution of inquiry requests the administration to transmit relevant documents related to U.S. security assistance for Ukraine, as well as United States armed forces in country. The American taxpayer deserves to know how U.S. assistance is being spent. That's why Congress included over 40 oversight provisions across the 4 Ukrainian supplementals in fiscal year 23 appropriations of the defense policy bills. These provisions include numerous requirements to report to Congress on every U.S. weapon sent to Ukraine and accountability mechanisms in each of the mechanisms in place to ensure these systems are used as intended. Meanwhile, the small U.S. military presence in Ukraine, along with and providing embassy security, is critical to U.S. defense attaché efforts to monitor the U.S. weapons provided to Ukraine. Let me make it clear, they are not able to fight. They are not forces against Russia or in any way supporting directly the war effort. Instead, they are on the front lines of the oversight efforts. I support this resolution as it is consistent with House Republicans' oversight agenda and of the U.S.-Ukraine aid. Is there any further discussion on the resolution? The gentlelady is recognized.
I oppose H.Res. 300. As we consider this measure today, I can't help but feel déjà vu all over again. We considered a similar measure in the last Congress. That measure was, at the time, divisive and ill-advised, and so is this one. Specifically, H.Res. 300 is a partisan political ploy and the height of legislative irresponsibility that jeopardizes the national security of the United States, of our European allies and partners, as well as the courageous Ukrainian people. From day one of Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, and long before, this committee and the entire Congress has remained resolutely bipartisan in our support for Ukraine as it fights against Russian aggression. This bipartisanship has been pivotal to Ukraine's success and its survival. But measures like this put that bipartisanship in jeopardy. As we consider this resolution, my Republican colleagues will try to gloss over what this really means. They will claim that this measure is about oversight. It is not. They may claim that it says nothing negative about the future of our support for Ukraine, but sadly, it does. Despite what my GOP colleagues may claim today, this resolution is not about transparency or strengthening accounting of our support for Ukraine, which we all agree is critically important. This resolution is about division. Reporting it out favorably is irresponsible and ignores the bipartisan oversight work this committee is conducting. This political measure from the lead author of the Ukraine fatigue resolution is unnecessarily divisive and plays directly into Vladimir Putin's hands. By seeking to force the disclosure of all current and future U.S. military plans and documents related to U.S. support to Ukraine, including sensitive details on the presence of U.S. personnel in Ukraine, the sponsors of this measure played directly into Putin's hands and jeopardized the very lives of those with whom we are standing. Passage of this measure would represent a gift to Putin and his Kremlin cronies and provide visibility into the plans our military and intelligence leaders strive to protect at all costs. Therefore, we must reject it. So I ask my colleagues, what message does supporting this measure, knowing the sponsors have continually used extreme rhetoric to call into question U.S. assistance to Ukraine, and just last week called for cuts to support such support, just as Ukraine enters a critical phase of its military campaign against Russia's onslaught? What message does this send? Support for this resolution ignores the painstaking efforts of the American and Ukrainian governments and instead parrots the propaganda of the Kremlin. I want to be clear. I support robust oversight of our assistance to Ukraine, and I invite members of this committee, as well as any others with interest, to avail themselves of any number of opportunities to participate in any of the briefings held on such matters, as well as review any of the numerous materials available to members on the details of our military assistance to Ukraine. I also look forward to continuing to exercise this robust oversight of our assistance with the administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to keep the safeguards on our assistance strong. Going forward, I urge my Republican colleagues, now in the majority, to embrace responsible oversight efforts and reject partisan politics. Let's send out one message, that we on this Committee on Foreign Affairs support Ukraine. We will take meaningful steps to ensure our assistance is used properly and effectively, and remain committed to giving Ukrainians the resources they need to win and to thrive when this war is over. I oppose this measure, the political stunt at the heart of it, and any efforts from within this body to divide us at such a pivotal time and over such an important issue. I will be voting no, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I oppose this measure and urge my colleagues once more to please do the same.
Thanks, the gentlelady. Does anyone have any amendments to offer? Okay, there being no amendments to offer, for what purpose does the gentleman seek
I
recognition?
wish to speak to
The
the,
gentleman would like to strike the last word.
I strike the last.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair, and I certainly appreciate his commitment to oversight. He was the chairman of the Oversight Committee. I served on that committee with him. I certainly share his value system and how important oversight is. However, the chair would have us conveniently compartmentalize this action from the intent behind it. We cannot separate the stated, explicit reasoning of the author of this provision and some of his allies. Let me read to you what Mr. Gates has said. We must suspend all foreign aid for the war in Ukraine and demand that all combatants in this conflict reach a peace agreement immediately. Apparently, Mr. Gates has decided for the Ukrainians what is in their best interest. And that means that the intent behind this motion is that. I appeal to the chair. You went to Kyiv. You saw with your own eyes and heard with your own ears the pain, the suffering, the courage Ukrainians are exhibiting every day. So timing matters when this committee acts, even timing and oversight. And if we pass a resolution authored by Mr. Gates and Ms. Green We are sending an unequivocal message. I do not believe you intend or I intend with respect to Ukraine. We're in a war. Children are dying. Maternity hospitals are being blown to smithereens by a depraved sociopath in the Kremlin. This is no time to send any signal to those brave people that we waver one iota in our ongoing support, and I know, Mr. Issa, you share that view. And so I join the ranking member in urging my colleagues to reject this. There will be time. This committee must insist, and I will join the chair and my Republican colleagues in insisting on it. But this is not that time. Of course,
Would the gentleman yield? Yes.
I do.
I couldn't agree with you more that any effort to undermine our support for Ukraine certainly does not enjoy the vast majority of people on either side of the aisle here or on the general floor. I will note, if I could, that this, first of all, is not a privileged resolution, so there is no assurance that it'll be considered on the floor. I also would note that nowhere in this does any of the information, the sensitive information that you and I are both personally concerned about, would come to this committee at all. Every bit of the information requested as to troop movements and the like could be and would be held only at the Select Intelligence Committee based on history. So I might mention to the gentleman that when I read this, and I do support it, but I recognize I support it because I know its limitations.
If I could reclaim my time,
of course, gentlemen.
I would respectfully say to the chair, if all of the information requested in this motion would in fact go to the Intelligence Committee, not to us, then I respectfully suggest let the Intelligence Committee deal with this resolution rather than the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
I certainly, if I can further yield, I certainly agree with the chairman that the Intelligence Committee can and has gotten the exact information that you and I are seeing in this resolution. So although there may be some level of redundancy of their getting the same information given to them pursuant to this, if it were to come to the floor and be passed, I would submit to the gentleman that they would be seeing it again, they would look at it again, but we would not see it in this committee. And I just want to make that clear for the record.
I appreciate that, although I also appreciate the contortions the chairman is going through. I yield a balance of my time to Ms. Manning.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I do believe this motion is privileged.
If the gentleman further yield, I want to be clear, and the gentlelady's right. It is privileged as to this committee, which is why we are considering it. It is not privileged to the floor. It does not. We're acting, so there is there's no requirement that this be considered by the whole House. But we are acting. If we did not act, if we did not hold this today based on the number of days, then it would automatically go to the floor. And that's one of the reasons that, as we all know here in the committee, we have statutory responsibility to consider these and either reject or accept. But regardless, the privilege ends today at the end of our vote.
Thank you for that clarification.
No, thank you for that clarification.
I yield back.
The gentleman yield back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Whoops. Oh, the gentleman, Mr. Mills, is recognized to strike the last word.
While I do appreciate my colleagues' comments regarding the fact that we want to support nothing more than a Ukrainian success, I note that this actually is just a resolution that is asking for any type of documentation indicating whether armed forces, United States armed forces, are involved in the conflict. So I would ask, under which AUMF do we have such authority of use of military force that would be a privileged and capable source that would even enable such a thing to allow our soft assets to be in country? Now, I just spent the last 2 days with RSOF and with USASOC, and while I understand what their primary role is in training up the Ukrainian Ranger forces, all this is simply saying is that they're requesting information if we were to use any type of military force in Ukraine, current or future. And so we talk about oversight. We talk about the ideas of not allowing continual mission creep, which I've been a part of, given the fact that I spent over 7 years of my life in Iraq, over 3 years of my life in Afghanistan, Kosovo, Pakistan, northern Somalia, been blown up twice. I can tell you mission creep is something that does exist, and in many cases, the authorities, which Congress has under Article 1, is sometimes surpassed because of the past AUMFs like 0102, but I would again just make the note that this is not preventing support to Ukraine. This is not empowering Putin. This is simply an inquiry for oversight by the President, or I should say request by Congress for the President and the Secretary of Defense to provide a line of questioning or a reasonable amount of information on if we're deploying currently or in the future military forces. So again, I ask my colleagues, can you please tell me why we would oppose the idea when there is no AUMF in place or any current authorization, whether that be Title 10 or a 333 under the armed services, that this would actually be an issue? I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield briefly? You know, as someone who you have spent so much time, you're aware of how we color various forces. This resolution of inquiry actually doesn't designate whether they're under Title 10 combatants, which you and I know the AUMF would be required for, but it in fact includes that the report to Congress that it would include individuals who are there strictly to inventory systems or even potentially technical assistance.
And if the gentleman would, I am fully in agreement with the idea if we're talking about members who are actually at the embassy who are there for accountability and oversight structures and functions, then a simple inquiry like this would only just provide a report to say we have 10 members who are at the embassy who are actually providing accountability oversight for the following things. It's still just an informational thing for Congress to have the necessary oversight. And so I agree with you. I'm not explaining that it's a Title 10 or a 333 type of movement. I'm just simply saying that I don't understand why we would oppose the idea of just simply saying, hey, Congress, we have 15 people in who are logisticians who are looking at the following things. I think that that's a good thing for us to know here in Congress. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Any further discussion? The gentleman is recognized.
As a military planner for well over a decade, and I'm not privy to your Intelligence Committee information, but I think that this linking of military assistance in actually the same sentence with forces makes this problematic, because military assistance can include operational planning and military forces. So I would just caution us to, and I think I'm agreeing with Mr. Mills here, that we need some explanatory limiting of this resolution to make sure what we are discussing here is the resource support, not operational or combat unit support. So I would ask us to clean up the language here simply so that we don't get into the intelligence community information that we do not have. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. There being no further discussion of the resolution, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report House Resolution 300 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? No?
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote being requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. The vote will be postponed. We now stand in a very short recess. As long as it takes him to sit in the chair.
Now I've got to be
Again. Committee will come to order. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1690 to authorize the Secretary of State to negotiate regional immigration agreements and for other purposes. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1690, a bill to authorize Secretary of State to negotiate regional immigration agreements and for other purposes.
Without objection, first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the McCaul amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 40, circulated to members in advance, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of the amendment. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. I've dealt with this issue well before Congress when I was worked in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Texas. Western District had from San Antonio to El Paso, the border, Chief of Counterterrorism and National Security. In Congress, I chaired the Homeland Security Committee for 3 terms. And in my judgment, I've never seen this border more wide open and out of operational control. As the Chief Border Patrol Officer, Mr. Ortiz, testified to, that we no longer have operational control of the border. In fact, we've ceded it to the cartels. And I think it's very simple, the cause and effect. Why are we in the situation we're in today? And this is not my words, it's from Border Patrol specifically. Because on day one, the Biden administration rescinded the migrant protection protocols, otherwise known as Remain in Mexico. This program was actually working because they had to remain in Mexico pending their asylum claims. The very first bill I ever introduced in Congress was to end catch and release, and that was 20 years ago. But here we are today, and the same policy is there. Why? Because when migrant protection protocols were rescinded, it allowed migrants to apply and stay in the United States. Since we don't have detention space that's adequate, they are released into our society. And we saw these numbers dramatically decline. And I even talked to the Secretary of State about various other policies dealing with Haiti or Venezuela. When we do this, it works because the main magnet or driver is the expectation of political asylum, even though only 15% of those claims are actually truly political. I don't have to go into all the numbers, but we do have a humanitarian crisis of generational proportions. The federal government's job is to secure our borders, air, land, and sea. And unfortunately, that is not happening. And it's not me saying this, it's Border Patrol saying this. We've had 5 million encounters at our border since this administration came into office. And most sadly, we've had 100,000 Americans die from fentanyls. They're pouring into this country, precursors coming from China, and killing our young people. My son went to a funeral last Sunday. His best friend died because he took something he thought was Xanax, and it was laced with fentanyl, and he never woke up. My oldest daughter has 5 of her friends that are now buried because of fentanyls. Beyond that, we had 98 suspected terrorists who attempted to enter the homeland just last year alone. That's dangerous. We've had 12,000 criminals attempt to enter last year, 1,000 with assault-related charges, and 62 with homicide-related. Sadly, many of these migrants don't make the dangerous journey because it's so dangerous. Women and children that die on the dangerous track up. But even when they get in the country, in my home state of Texas, we found an abandoned tractor trailer with quote-unquote stacks of bodies abandoned by the human smugglers, and dying from an awful death of suffocation and heat. One rescission, one stroke of the pen, rescinding the Remain in Mexico policy was a direct cause and effect of the chaos we're seeing at our southern border. Again, don't take my word for it. Even though I have had a lot of experience on this issue, this comes directly from our Border Patrol that live this nightmare day in and day out. And that's why I introduced this legislation. Because whatever you want to say about the prior administration, and I've told the Secretary of Homeland this, you can call it whatever you want. You don't have to have President Trump's name on this. But the policy was, in fact, working. We tried to fix this problem for many years without success. I think now is the time. This legislation will push the State Department to renegotiate the asylum cooperation agreements, which prohibit migrants who travel through any countries with asylum agreements from eligibility. This policy was extremely effective in the prior administration, and reinstating it will give a proven solution to reducing the crisis. By mandating the Secretary of State to re-enter MPP and ACAs, this bill bolsters the work being done on asylum reform and border security in both House Judiciary Committee and House Homeland Security, where I've been this morning. We're also working with the Appropriations Committee to ensure the administration complies with the legislation. As other committees pass border-related legislation, I would encourage this administration to work with Congress to re-implement MPP and other successful measures proven to secure operational control of our border and put an end to this generational crisis. I think, Mr. Ranking Member, that this shouldn't be a partisan issue. It's an American issue. When I chaired Homeland Security, we passed a lot of border bills that were bipartisan. And I think this committee, exercising its jurisdiction here, has an opportunity to do the same. And I've had these conversations with very high-ranking officials in this administration. I think they realize that the policy does work. It's just we have a political problem with it. So I'd like to challenge my colleagues to put aside our partisan differences and let's reinstitute a policy that was, in fact, working. And with that, I now recognize, if there's any further discussion, I recognize the ranking member, Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess I'd fundamentally take issue with the fact that the previous policy was pristine and working. It was racist. President Trump referred to Haitian immigrants and allowing them into the country, quote, they all have AIDS. He referred to Mexican immigrants as they're not sending their best people into the United States. He had a Muslim ban. And the return to Mexico policy may seem a successful policy to the chair, but ask those who are returned to Mexico the risks they suffer in terms of extortion and kidnapping and rape and risks to their families with an indefinite period of detention in Mexico because we've chosen to close our borders with respect to asylum seekers, creating a backlog that is anything but successful and anything but humanitarian. I oppose H.R. 1690. It's clear we have a strong and divergent opinion about improving our imperfect immigration process and how best to respond to a regional migration crisis that has surged since the pandemic to numbers not seen in a long time. This measure seeks to reinitiate processes introduced under President Trump. They do not solve the challenges we face, as I indicated. The U.S. suspended and initiated the process to terminate asylum cooperative agreements with El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras back in 2021 in favor of creating a comprehensive regional framework to address the root causes of migration, manage migration flows, and expand legal pathways for protection and opportunity here and in the region. Well, I believe we must protect our borders, absolutely, and enforce laws regarding irregular migration. The United States is also committed to a constructive agenda which can provide safe and orderly processing of those who arrive at our border, and especially those seeking protective asylum. I believe we can achieve that outcome not by using sticks, but instead by collaborating across the region to address the root causes of forced displacement and irregular migration, including by combating corruption and impunity, upholding our obligations to protect refugees, partnering to promote opportunity and prosperity for people and communities, trying to fight back the scourge of gangs, and especially those who are most vulnerable all across the region. I believe in multilateral solutions to complex challenges. The Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection from the Summit of the Americas, which included proposals for collaborative problem solving from countries in the region, is a strong signal that if we're concerned about the stability of the region, we can and should spend our time brokering new partnerships and creating policies which open up possibilities for economic stability, where people live, protect, respect, and uphold human rights. I oppose the measure before us for these and other reasons and urge my colleagues to reject it. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? Ms. Young Kim is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support H.R. 1690, the orderly requirements designed to enforce and regulate Latin American Migration Order Act. We have a crisis on our southern border. As an immigrant and mother of 4, hearing stories of migrants losing their lives making the dangerous journey to our southern border breaks my heart. Since President Biden took office, illegal border crossings have tripled, and migrant deaths at the southern border continue to rise. The International Organization for Migration has labeled this land crossing the deadliest in the world. I visited the southern border 3 times, and I heard directly from Border Patrol agents that they are overwhelmed and that the spike in migrants crossing the southern border is hurting their ability to stop the trafficking of fentanyl. In 2022, 60% of fentanyl seized by CBP came from ports of entry and San Diego and Imperial counties in Southern California near my district. Fentanyl is now a leading cause of death for Americans ages 18 through 49, and behind 1 in every 5 youth deaths in California. This crisis is directly hurting my constituents. There is nothing compassionate, humane, or fair about what we're seeing from the Biden administration's policies, including terminating the asylum cooperative agreements or the Remain in Mexico policy. The administration needs to come back to the table and secure the border now. They can do so by working with us on this legislation, which authorizes the Secretary of State to re-enter into asylum cooperative agreements, which helped us keep the border under control in previous administration. So I want to thank Chairman McCaul for introducing this bill. I strongly support it, and I ask my colleagues to support the bill as well, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Cicilline is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to H.R. 1690 and associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Conley. But I just think it's an important time to remind everyone on this committee that the asylum system of the United States was once described as the crown jewel of America's humanitarian effort by the evangelical community in this country. It's something that we should continue to be proud of as a refuge for those fleeing persecution and famine and war, and has always been an example to the world of what America does to those in desperate need. I'm fearful that if we were to pass 1690 as it's drafted, it would not only really violate that long tradition of America being a place that welcomes people who are seeking asylum, and there are deficiencies. Look, we have to invest a lot more so there's an orderly, safe, humane process for consideration, but we ought not shred our asylum system by taking the most fundamental part of it, that is, that America will accept you welcome you, and then adjudicate your claim under our law. What is equally disturbing to me is it seems as if we're creating a two-tier system of justice or for asylum. If you come from certain countries, you can be removed to Mexico and await however long it takes, which can pose, as Mr. Conley said, lots of danger to those who are seeking asylum and fleeing terror or fear or persecution or violence. But if you're an asylum seeker from another part of the world, you go through our regular asylum system. That seems to me a terrible message, that we will give certain people who have legitimate asylum claims one treatment and other people a different treatment, and that's mostly because of our failure to be able to process people in a fair, humane, and expeditious way. So I think it's a terrible bill. It saddens me to say that because I have deep respect for the chairman, but I think this does violence to a long tradition that has made us admired by the world because of the way we have been a refuge for people who are fleeing some of the most unspeakable violence. And so I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Would my friend yield
And
for...
I'd yield the balance of my time to Mr. Conley.
Is it my friend's understanding that under this so-called successful policy that worked, that the number of refugees allowed into the United States plummeted in a 4-year period from 50,000 to 15,000? Is that my friend's understanding?
Yes, I believe that is correct, Mr. Conley.
And that would seem to fly in the face of what you talked about in terms of the jewel in the crown, something that you could hold up to the rest of the world as a beacon, as something to be emulated and respected.
Yes, in fact, Mr. Conley, as you, I know, recognize, we have a neighbor to the north in Canada whose prime minister has said, you know, we welcome refugees and those willing to come to Canada because we recognize you will add tremendously to our economy, to our growth, to the success of Canada, and they are literally begging people to come. So I think it runs counter to good economic policy, good social policy, but most importantly, you know, we have that big statue in New York Harbor that's inscribed with those words, and it is something that we have always held up, and I think had great pride in, as we should. And yes, it needs to be fixed. Yes, we need additional resources. Yes, we have to be sure that people are processed properly. But to export our responsibility or our privilege, really, of being this great humanitarian force in the world and compel people to remain in another country while we get our act in order, I think is a terrible message.
And if I could ask another question, I mean, to your last point. So this great program that works so well, traditionally, if you apply for asylum and you are granted consideration of your application, you can, within 150 days, apply for a job in the United States pending your approval of asylum status. Is that your understanding, Mr.?
That is correct, Mr. Conley.
And is it not true that under the Trump administration, they extended that 150 days to a year or more, making it very difficult for people in an asylum status or pending asylum status in the United States to, in fact, have gainful employment while they wait for the adjudication of their application?
That's correct.
And that is supposed to be an improvement, I understand. I thank my friend for yielding.
I thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Mills is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I find it funny that my colleagues want to talk about our neighbors to the north and the fact that they accept refugees, but they don't talk about the fact that they are illegal or legal, which is a really big and pressing issue that we need to be discussing here. You know, we talk about there is such a great improvement on our borders. Well, I think the numbers speak quite differently. I'm looking at cbp.gov, and when I'm looking through the numbers here, it's surprising to me that in 2020 it says 458,000, in 2021 1.7, in 2022 2.4, and we're already at 1.3 going into 2023. You know, it's interesting to me that we're also not talking about the fact that in 2018 we had our Mexican cartels who are making $500 million a year in revenue, and last year that exceeded up to $13 billion, of which almost 50% was in human, child, and women sex trafficking. So it's just ironic to me that we're talking about that we have somehow resolved the situation or talking about our immigration as if it's now improved, when in fact it's gotten exponentially worse, and the numbers are there to prove it. So I'll be happy to yield back to my colleague if he would like to explain to me how things have gotten so much better when the numbers from CBP and from everyone else is showing quite the contrary.
Are you asking me? Oh, yeah, thank you for yielding. Look, I think there's no question if you look what is happening around the world, it should surprise no one that there are a greater number of people seeking refuge or asylum in the United States. You look at the unrest and war that exists in many parts of the world, and so I take those numbers to be opportunities to process people, to carefully consider their claims for asylum, to determine if they are valid, and if so, to grant them asylum. That's the same thing the Canadians do. And we used to do it, and we ought to continue to do it, but we need to devote resources to do it. I think suggesting that the real answer is to export our responsibility to do that to another country, or to make asylum seeking so difficult because you can't work and you must stay in Mexico that people won't apply for it, is not the answer. Remember, people who are seeking asylum are making a claim that they are in fear of imminent harm or death, that they're subjected to torture or violence or persecution.
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time.
All people.
Sir, I reclaim my time.
Okay, I thought you would.
The bottom line is that's absolutely untrue. We're seeing where the majority of people who are crossing our borders are single adults, not the women and children that the Democrats try to paint that as refugees seeking asylum. And not only this, but if it's seeking asylum, why wouldn't you go to the next safe harbor, which would be the next country over, as opposed to going 5 and 6 and 7 countries just to try and cross into America? Let's also look at the facts here. You're still ignoring the amount of money and revenue that has been increased as a result of the drug cartels. You're still ignoring the 70,000 plus people who are dying from fentanyl overdoses in America. You're still ignoring the fact that we had a secretary, Mayorkas, who said that our borders were not open, yet our numbers are contrary to every one of those beliefs. We're sitting here and you're trying to argue the fact that somehow the flooding of illegal immigration is somehow beneficial to America, but I think economically we would actually see something very different. And from a criminality perspective and from the amount of overdoses of death, I think that it's very clear that this is not to the benefits of Americans. And so it's just absolutely absurd to me that we're trying to argue the fact we're not saying that we're not a nation of immigrants. We are a nation of legal migration. We are a nation that has respected our laws and our sovereignty. And so to sit here and act as if violations of sovereignty, porous borders, and the continuation of building up the drug cartels is absolutely abhorrent. And so I am absolutely in support of stronger restrictions when it comes to our borders, and I am in absolute support of anything which will prevent what we're seeing with the atrocities that is occurring. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I strongly oppose this bill. I believe that the United States must play a vital role in the Western Hemisphere's shared challenge of forced migration, but this bill doesn't do that. In fact, the approach in this bill is an out-of-sight, out-of-mind one. This bill doesn't address, for example, the root causes of migration. It doesn't acknowledge the fact that countries in the Western Hemisphere that are much smaller than the United States already host hundreds of thousands of migrants themselves. And this bill goes beyond the Trump administration and Stephen Miller's own policy that was remain in Mexico. For example, that policy recognized that we cannot send unaccompanied minors who seek asylum to Mexico where they have no family and are at serious risk. That policy made exemptions for people who didn't speak Spanish, often indigenous communities, and wouldn't be able to remain in Mexico because of that. So this bill does neither of those things. My reading of the bill also turns up a very strange irony, and I believe Mr. Mills made the point, his question or his critique was that people will often cross multiple countries without applying for asylum in those countries. But my reading of the bill is that this treats people even who may have not touched any of those countries, never come through Mexico, people that came by water from Cuba, for example, or even, in my reading of the bill, people that may have come through the northern border, dumps them all back in Mexico when they were never in Mexico. Or and the bill also addresses Guatemala, for example. That's a major hole in this piece of legislation, as far as I can tell. And it would ask those fleeing countries like Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela to first apply for asylum in Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. The size of the, please realize that the size of the combined economies of those three countries is 0.6% of that of the United States. The four countries outlined are already dealing with high levels of violence and insecurity that threaten their own civilians. So how are they supposed to provide ample protection to even more people? In other words, to these migrants. They don't have the capability or capacity to give individuals a fair hearing, and this bill does nothing to help them improve these capabilities. And what the bill describes as burden sharing is not burden sharing. It doesn't recognize almost any role for the United States except for loading people on planes. The United States is a country of 350 million with the world's largest economy and a proud tradition of accepting refugees, asylum seekers, and immigrants. It would put migrants in an uncertain, dangerous situation, as Mr. Cicilline said, and would transfer our responsibilities to countries that have minimal resources. The point was also made earlier about the number of crossings. Understand that when you take people who are seeking asylum in the United States, make it to the United States, and then you dump them back in Mexico, you are enriching the very dangerous cartels who we're talking about. In other words, you're subjecting these folks to danger, the migrants to danger, and also making more money for the cartels because they're trying to get them back again. And it also increases those numbers. I understand, Chairman McCaul, your concern and would be happy to work with you and with my colleagues across the aisle on legislation that would meaningfully address migration in our hemisphere. But I believe that this bill is harmful, counterproductive, and turns our back on those fleeing oppression. And for that reason, I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Wilson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I support each of the measures that we're addressing this inexcusable crisis at our southern border. And I particularly am grateful for the leadership of Chairman Mike McCaul as he's protecting American families. As an original of the Order Act to facilitate stronger border policy that works for the American people. This bill supports the judiciary border bill and directs the President to return to proven border practices. The Biden administration has failed on our southern border, and this is a step in the right direction, returning to the migrant protection protocols and asylum cooperative agreements that will limit the strain of illegal immigration on our citizens and contribute to the safety of the migrants and deny the cartels the phenomenal funds that they receive, and also deny the Chinese Communist Party the ability to bring fentanyl into our country, which kills almost 100,000 people a year. And I have practiced immigration law prior to coming to Congress, and it's always been inspiring to me to have the opportunity to see people coming to America to achieve citizenship legally, but it's just absolutely absurd and dangerous to see the efforts to recruit illegal aliens to come to our country. In fact, I've been recently, within the last 2 years, to Del Rio in Texas. I've previously been to San Diego. I've been to Del Rio previously. When I was there, it was shocking to me when I asked how many people on the terrorist watch list had crossed. The persons were really nice about it, but they said, hey, we can't tell you, it's classified. And so I want to give credit to Chairman McCaul and others. We didn't stop. Every meeting we would ask how many people on the terrorist watch list have crossed, and we now know over 200. Putting that in perspective, it only takes one person on a terrorist watch list to achieve their goal of mass murder. These people are highly educated, highly trained, well-skilled mass murderers. And I truly believe, and the Biden administration, it's just shameful to put American families at risk. American families have never been at greater risk of attack in their homes than today because of the Biden policies of an open border, and an attack can occur any second based on the inexcusable recruiting of illegal aliens to include persons who are on the terrorist watch list to come to the United States. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? Ms. Jacobs is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm opposed to this bill. We talk a lot in this committee about how to restore America's reputation on the world stage, and let's be clear, doing that starts here at home. It starts with living our values in everything we do, even when it's hard or seems politically charged. And it starts with treating people who are fighting for their lives with dignity, respect, and humanity. But this bill before us, H.R. 1690, does none of these things. And instead, it takes us down a dark path by codifying the harmful Remain in Mexico policy. I represent San Diego, a proud border community. So I can tell you firsthand, the border isn't overrun. We don't have an open border. In fact, San Diego is one of the safest cities in the entire country. But continuing to militarize the border and spew xenophobic rhetoric because it's an election year does nothing to address the real problems of our immigration system. There's no doubt about it. We need comprehensive, proactive immigration reform. But that means addressing the root causes of violence and poverty in the Northern Triangle. It means reducing our immigration court backlog. It means creating more legal pathways so that the only option we are leaving people isn't to show up and try and seek asylum. But instead of working on solutions, this bill will intensify the problems of our immigration system. It will send asylum seekers who've traveled hundreds or thousands of miles carrying little more than the shirts on their backs and children in tow back to face risk of kidnapping, extortion, rape, and other abuses in Mexico. Put yourself in their shoes. Think about the level of danger and fear you must be facing to be willing to make this scary journey with your kids. Think about how hard you must be hoping and willing for a better life in America, and then think about making it to America against all odds just to be handed what amounts to be a death sentence when you're sent back into danger without the resources to make your case for asylum. Seeking asylum under both domestic and international law is legal. We can do so much better than this bill. We can live up to our values and the founding of our country, and we can keep America safe. But not like this, not with this bill. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 1690. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Moran is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to touch on a few things. Last week, I'm on the Judiciary Committee. We took 15 hours to go through a markup on a comprehensive border and immigration bill. I know there's some work to be done also by Homeland Security Committee. Those are interrelated issues. We can't divorce one from the other. In fact, Foreign Affairs Committee has a very important piece, and I believe this is a very important piece to our overall immigration and border security strategy. I support this amendment in the nature of the substitute to H.R. 1690, and for a number of reasons. I just heard my colleague say, quote, "We don't have an open border." I don't know what else we need to have as evidence to indicate that we have an open border other than what we've seen in the past 2 years. I'm astounded by the numbers as we look at them, where we run from the hundreds of thousands coming across in a year to millions coming across over a year's period of time. I've been to El Paso, and in fact, in my first Judiciary Committee hearing, where we had the El Paso County judge sitting in front of us saying the same thing. We don't have a problem. We take care of everybody that comes across the border, and there's no overrun at all. And less than a month later, we see throngs and hordes of individuals that are there at the gate, pushing through, making sure that they tried to get into the United States. I don't fault anybody for trying to get into the United States for a better life, but simply the United States cannot offer that to others around the world until we take care of our own domestic policy, until we secure our own borders, until we ensure that our own sovereignty is taken care of. And without secure borders, without policies in place that ensure that the rule of law is enforced day in and day out and protect those that are already here, we cannot offer the greatness of America to the rest of the world. We simply cannot do that, or it dilutes it for everyone. And that's what we've seen. The Democrats have talked about burden sharing. I heard one of my Democratic friends talk about the United States needs to burden share more because these other countries can't do that much because they're smaller. I think it's safe to say that the burden that an American taxpayer is carrying these days is well more than what he or she should be carrying. I think that's evidenced by the fact that as you see some of these illegal aliens being moved to northern states, these northern liberal mayors are besought and beside themselves because they can't take care of tens of thousands of immigrants that are now in their cities, where states like my own in Texas, we're having to deal with millions of immigrants in our cities, overrunning our counties on a day-to-day basis. That committee hearing last week brought out some astounding facts as well that undergird why this particular bill is important through Foreign Affairs Committee. As I sat in Judiciary, one of the things that we heard over and over again was about unaccompanied minors and about the atrocities that are happening to unaccompanied minors, where Before the Biden administration took over, we were seeing about 30,000 a year come across our borders. Now we're dealing with, over the past 2 years, almost 150,000 per year in 2021 and 2022, and now in 2023, 70,000 already this year to surpass the numbers that we saw in the past 2 years. 85,000 of those unaccompanied children are unaccounted for currently by the Biden administration. If we cannot account for the children that are coming across because of our open border policies, then how can we continue to press for an open asylum policy, which is effectively what the Biden administration has advocated for? That's what I hear my friends on the left advocating for as well, that they want to see anyone be able to seek asylum here in the United States, and expanding that definition and expanding the interpretation of who actually qualifies under asylum. In fact, we need to go back to a more strict definition. We need to go back to more strict enforcement of the policies. This bill does that, and it does that in a number of ways that we talked about last week again in judiciary, and that is, why don't we detain or return those that are seeking those asylum claims? I bet if we quit just releasing those folks into the wild without knowing where they're going to come back, when or where and how, and whether or not they will ever come back for a court hearing, that if they are returned back to Mexico or remain in Mexico pending the decision for their asylum case, or they're returned to their home country, or they're detained in a facility, which we will have room for if we can enforce our other border policies, then I bet you those asylum claims will be reduced, and we'll actually see the true asylum claims. I was privileged to be part of bringing a group over. I see my time waning, so I'm going to stop and not tell that story, but I'll say, Mr. Chairman, thank you for bringing this bill. I support it. We need to get this passed. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Ms. Kamala Dove is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I have to respectfully oppose this bill. What we are facing at our southern border is a crisis of people in need. Migrants who are coming to the United States are choosing to leave their families, uproot their lives, and make a treacherous journey with no guarantee that they'll reach safety or that they will remain alive. They are doing this not because they want to, but because they have no choice. And countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have endured massive stressors and upheaval over the past few years as the pandemic exacerbated economic instability, political repression, and food insecurity throughout the region. Haiti is facing its most severe political insecurity crisis in decades. Ortega has consolidated his autocratic rule in Nicaragua. Bukele has jailed 2% of the adult population in El Salvador. Venezuela is suffering one of the worst humanitarian crises in the region's history. I could go on and on and on. Yet under Trump, the United States was disengaged, it was indifferent, and missing in action as these developments were unfolding. It was also punitive and xenophobic. We refuse to understand that Latin America's problems are our problems. Their prosperity is our prosperity. And now, as people come to seek safe haven at our border, this bill shirks our responsibility to process these migrants with humanity and dignity by asking the very countries people are fleeing to host them for us. That is just immoral, and it is pernicious. I just have to add that, Americans are not at risk because of Mexico. Americans are at risk because they're being denied the right to vote, because they're being denied the right to access, because they're being shot at school by other Americans. That's what's putting Americans at risk. Immigration reform is critical, but we cannot create new policies that further demonize brown migrants, with maybe the exception of Cuba, because our feelings are still hurt from years ago. We have to come up with immigration reform that is humanitarian, that is diplomatic, and that is equal. And we don't do that. Some of the comments that have been made in this hearing have been incredibly demoralizing and dehumanizing. We are not releasing people into the wild. They are not animals. We are trying to find ways to be thoughtful with how we are addressing immigration reform and policies that keep people alive. And so with that, I just have to urge my colleagues to vote no.
My friend yield.
Yes.
I want to thank her for her observation and just underscore maybe that very last point you made. We're talking about human beings. When we use terms like illegal aliens, we objectify human beings. These are human beings seeking a better future. And overwhelmingly, because the situation in their home countries has become untenable. What mother wants her kids to be recruited by a violent gang and risk death or imprisonment if there's an option, some better option? It motivates the very basic nature of being a parent. So treating people with respect, including how we describe them at this committee, how we verbally describe this issue and the people involved in it, matters. And the more we can at least take cognizance of and respect the humanity that's at stake here, I think the better off all of us would be served and the debate would be the richer for it. I thank my friend for bringing that very much to the forefront of our attention.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? And Mr. Self is recognized.
A little bit of history. Back in 1986, we conflated legal immigration and illegal immigration. President Reagan agreed to some limited amnesty in exchange for securing the border. The illegal amnesty happened. Securing the border did not. From what I hear across the aisle, we're asking to do the same thing. Several months ago, well, many months ago now, I was on the border watching a very sophisticated operation. Little pickups would drop off 3 or 4 people. 2 rafts would make trips across the river, bringing them across. Texas National Guard would take them up out of the rafts, turn them over to the Border Control. They would put their wristbands on the ground because they had been delivered, which the word on the wristband was delivery. So they'd paid $6,000, $8,000 to be delivered across. There was an interview with one of the illegal immigrants, in Spanish, of course, across through an interpreter, that there are actually social media platforms that tell you where to go, and they tell you where you will cross the border. So once you get across the border, how are they repaying that $6,000, $8,000, $10,000? We have indentured servitude in America today because we do not have a secure border. We need the rule of law on the border. We don't need more money. We simply need the policy of this administration to enforce the laws that we have on the books. I heard the phrase missing in action recently. We do have someone missing in action. It's called the border czar. We have a border czar. The border czar, I believe, has been to the border once recently when pressure was put on. And I will tell you from my military experience that if you're going to lead on anything, which the border czar is supposed to lead, you should be there. Presence is important if you're going to lead anything for the administration. We have a missing in action border czar. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I think it's Castro Amendment number 2.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1690, offered by Mr. Castro.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. This bill calls for the Secretary of State to negotiate agreements with Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador that have serious implications on how U.S. laws are applied. As you know, I've been candid that I usually oppose the actions of this administration when it comes to negotiating agreements like this because I believe they attempt to solve a problem without actually fixing it. If Congress is calling on the administration to negotiate these agreements, they should go through full review. This amendment is simple. It would subject any such agreements to Senate ratification before they go into effect. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I oppose this amendment. Do any other members seek recognition?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, not every agreement signed with a foreign government qualifies as a treaty under Article 2 of the Constitution. As a leading foreign relations law textbook states, the executive branch, quote, makes many more executive agreements than treaties, and these agreements cover a wide array of topics and serve many different aims, end quote. More specifically, so-called ex-ante congressional executive agreements are those that Congress authorizes the executive branch to make in advance. The idea is that the executive branch then negotiates and concludes the agreement without returning to Congress. This is the standard. There's nothing unique going on here. It's Foreign Relations Law 101. Presumably, Democrats would like the agreement to be a treaty for the reason that they want to preserve congressional authority and our ability to make sure the text adheres to congressional intentions. But here, the Order Act spells out exactly what the Secretary of State must negotiate. In other words, the content of the treaty is not left up to his whims. So Congress is already involved, and it will remain involved. And that is because under the case Zablocki Act, the State Department must send us any agreements with foreign governments. So Congress will not be left in the dark. In short, this amendment is unnecessary because it does not recognize the many legal forms foreign agreements may take. It is unnecessary, and I oppose it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Castro. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Castro is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Castro Amendment number, I believe it is number 2.
Clerk shall report the amendment. I'm sorry. What?
I'm sorry, it's number 1, Chairman. My apologies.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1690, offered by Mr. Castro of Texas.
Without objection, further reading the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I offer this amendment for consideration to reaffirm what many of us on both sides of the aisle know and have supported for many years in the past, that seeking asylum is a basic human right. This right is codified in the United States domestic law and in international law and commitments. Congress has also made clear that seeking asylum at the border, even if not at a designated port of arrival, is lawful. Therefore, United States policy must reflect these legal obligations. Unfortunately, over the last several years, as hostility towards refugees, asylum seekers, and immigrants has grown in the United States, particularly among my colleagues across the aisle, the right to asylum has been chipped away at and endangered, and this bill has the possibility of further fundamentally taking away the right to asylum in the United States. So I hope that my colleagues will join me in supporting this amendment, which also helps clarify the bill.
Would my friend yield?
I absolutely will.
I thank my friend, and I thank him for introducing this amendment. It's kind of sad that we think we need it. As Mr. Cicilline and I were talking about just a little bit earlier, the long, proud tradition of America is to be that beacon on the hill, that one safe haven where those who suffer persecution, violence, can find a new home that is welcoming. And when they actually seek legal status in asylum as refugees, under our own law, they are entitled to certain rights and a procedure. And frankly, that's been whittled away. And so I thank my friend for introducing this amendment. I will gladly support it because I think reaffirming this principle is absolutely necessary in the current political climate.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly, and I'm going to yield to Mr. Cicilline in just a second, but you're right. The right to asylum is fundamentally under threat in the United States, which is a sad thing to say given this nation's history. I yield to Mr. Cicilline.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I want to thank him for introducing this amendment. You know, we very often hear people speak about the asylum and refugee process as if it's not a legal process. This is a process that was created by Congress. There's a legal standard. There's a right to have that standard determined by an appropriate court. This is part of the rule of law of this country, and I do think it is really, really important, and I really beseech my Republican colleagues, whatever you think about immigration, whatever you think about what is the right border policy, let's speak with one voice and say, America has an asylum system and individuals have a right to petition for it. That determination then can be made by the appropriate court under the right standard and the right process, but let's not lose this moment to just reaffirm for the world that we're proud of our asylum and refugee system and the great tradition of it in this country and what it has meant to the world as an example and what it's meant to our country in terms of our extraordinary power as the greatest economic power in the world because of the arrival of people who have been fearing persecution and violence and famine and started companies and become great scientists and politicians and doctors and teachers. So this would be a great moment to just reassert. We have broad disagreement on how it should be fixed and what we need to do to make our immigration system work, but I hope there's no disagreement that fundamentally we respect and honor our great asylum system. I thank the gentleman for giving us that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Cicilline. I yield back, Chairman.
I wouldn't say.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Moran's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This really is not a debate, or shouldn't be a debate today, about whether asylum should be offered. And that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about the process for seeking asylum, and this amendment is not necessary. I oppose it for this reason. Under the existing proposed bill, individuals have the right to petition, but they just don't have the right to be released unmonitored into the United States while their petition is pending. One of the Democratic colleagues just mentioned this. He said, quote, "The right to asylum is fundamentally under threat in the U.S." And I actually agree with that. I agree with that for this reason, that in the past 2 years, the Biden administration has diluted those that actually need asylum in this country by the throngs of people asserting asylum claims that are not rightful claims. We certainly need to provide the ability for folks that really truly need asylum to get it in this country, but the process of how that happens is what the bill was really focused on. We need to ensure that that process remains true to our rule of law, not to release folks out in our country before those asylum claims are actually vetted, because then those that don't qualify for asylum, how do we get them back? I was just involved in a claim by some folks that were fleeing Chinese oppression. The Communist Party in China oppressed a church over there called the Mayflower Church, and it took years for that group to work through the process outside of the United States before they got authorization to enter the United States to escape that oppression by the Chinese Communist Party. Glad to say that in the last month, all those approvals happened the way they needed to so they could receive the benefit of what America has to offer for those that are being oppressed across this world. But they did it legally. They did it through a process, and they waited outside the United States before they got authorization. Now they've been resettled. Glad to say they've been resettled in East Texas, and we're welcoming them with open arms, and we're doing so because it's the right thing for us to do, but we can't do that in a way that is unbecoming of the rule of law and just unfettered to allow anybody into this country while their claim is being processed. I yield back.
When yields. Any further discussion? Ms. Manning's recognized. And if you're not going to help me with the names.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak in favor of my colleague's amendment. And I'd just like to remind everyone that last week we observed Holocaust Remembrance Day. Members on the other side of the aisle were very happy to walk in the procession with those who had survived the Holocaust while 6 million had perished. How much better it would have been if we had had in place an asylum process that would have allowed millions to escape their tormentors, and we could have celebrated with those who had survived thanks to legal asylum. In light of the way President Trump and many on the other side of the aisle demonize those who seek asylum, I think it is more than appropriate that we offer in this bill an amendment to affirm that we do have a process for asylum, that it is legal to apply for asylum, and that it's most often not appropriate or feasible for people to wait in their home countries to apply for asylum. So I applaud my colleague for introducing this amendment, and I will be supporting it.
Generally yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Mast is recognized.
Could I just ask my colleague to yield for a minute?
Mr. Mast controls the time.
No, I was asking if you would allow Ms. Manning to just yield to me briefly before you call.
I'll allow for that.
I thank the chair. And thank you, Ms. Manning. I just want to applaud what you said about the Holocaust. When one goes back to the history of the 1940s, Franklin Delano Roosevelt had a very rigid, strict immigration quota system, and Congress and the Immigration Bureau were unrelenting, and they weren't going to make exceptions. He actually tried to use the quota system to get more Jewish refugees into the United States, knowing they were at incredible risk in Nazi-occupied Europe. And the system didn't allow for it. And your point is quite profound. Millions died because we wouldn't let them in, because of our rules. And so it's something to keep in mind in terms of the humanity behind the rules we create, or that ought to be behind the rules we create. And then again, human lives are at stake. I thank my friend for reminding us of that history. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for accommodating me.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleague, you just said something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind right now is Americans, the American people, real Americans. Let's keep that in mind for a little while, because frankly, Mr. Cicilline, you said you were proud of our asylum system. I'm not. There's nothing about it right now to be proud of. It's like Central Park. Anybody can walk in there, it's crime-ridden, and everybody around it has to pay the price for that. That's what's going on with our system of asylum right now. There's nothing about it to be proud of. I would absolutely, personally, speaking for myself, want to shut off the entire system of asylum right now until we dealt with the program as a whole and in an appropriate manner. And I'd give this last comparison, right? If your bathtub's overflowing, what's the first thing that you do if your bathtub's overflowing? You shut off the water. That's not controversial or hyperbolic to anybody. It's common sense that if it's overflowing, you turn off the water. That's what's going on with our system of asylum. It's overflowing. It's the bathtub filling up in the United States of America. It's bringing crime across the entire breadth of our country, and the American people are having to pay for it. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Cicilline is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. No, this time was yield to me. I haven't been
No,
recognized.
that's true. You have been recognized.
No, time was yield to me for Mr. Castro.
Okay, Mr. Castro is recognized, and say I yield
Nice
mine.
try. I know Mr. Mast doesn't want me to respond, but thankfully
I
the rules
generally
permit me
don't.
to. Yeah, I know
There
that.
you go.
No wonder people think we're uncivil
we
with that
can't,
kind of observation, Mr. Mass.
I try to be.
Look, I felt the need to respond. First of all, every decision I make in my work is about real Americans. That's all of Americans, all the people who live in this country, all the people who are here in America. The notion that there are some real Americans that we should really care about, I don't know who the other Americans are. I guess they're ones that some people don't think are real, but
Would you yield?
no, I actually won't yet. I'm happy to let you apologize for that term if you want me to yield. But the truth is, there's a fundamental disagreement between at least Mr. Mast and me on this question of asylum. He actually said he would stop asylum. When I think of the the consequences for humanity if America stopped our beautiful asylum system that gave refuge to people fleeing some of the most unspeakable, unimaginable violence. Think about places like Syria and Myanmar and Ukraine, and the list goes on and on. Think of some places in Central America. The idea that we would stop asylum and we somehow have compared it to an overflowing bathtub. When I think about the benefits of the asylum system, it's not just for the people who are granted asylum. We all benefit from the presence of these incredible people who become business owners and entrepreneurs and great scientists and great lawyers and great teachers and CNAs and caregivers. Like, the idea that somehow we don't benefit as a country from the arrival of some of the most persistent, determined, resilient people who have withstood, frankly, conditions most of us couldn't even imagine, that somehow it's only a benefit to them, and America hasn't benefited, or my constituents haven't benefited from asylum seekers, that's a terribly sad statement for me to hear from a member of the United States Congress, because it ignores the fundamental reality that our country has been made stronger, more vibrant, more dynamic, more powerful because of the arrival of immigrants and refugees and asylum seekers. And frankly, to hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim that this is the problem with crime in America, you know what the problem with crime in America is? Gun violence, the leading cause of death of children in America. And we can't get our Republican colleagues to pass a single bill to do a single thing about it. Oh, wait, I'm wrong. They're trying to abolish the ATF. That's the response. If you care about crime, you would care about gun violence. And the notion that you are describing the asylum system as the reason for crime in America is factually wrong. The vast majority of people who come into America are law-abiding individuals who make tremendous contributions, and the ones who commit crimes ought to be prosecuted. But it is just defies reality to somehow assign responsibility for crime in America to people who are fleeing war, famine, and persecution and trying to avail themselves of the asylum system. And it makes me sad, actually, to hear that kind of commentary. And I'd like to yield to Mr. Conley, because I know he always has something to improve on my words.
Well, I think the gentleman is right. And where some, no one here, of course, have used immigration as a punching bag, as sort of a catch-all for all that's wrong in our communities or our society. And I think the gentleman from Rhode Island makes a really profound point. America was built on immigration. I'm the grandson of an immigrant who came here, I might add, with very little education and no skills. And yet a grandson sits here as a member of Congress. Immigration's been good for America, and we need more of it if we're going to fill the ranks of future labor forces, if we're going to make sure that safety net commitments are met and the needs of the country are addressed, and that we continue to grow, unlike some of our competitors who have to plan for actual constriction given their demographic reality. Reasonable immigration measures to protect the border, but to allow for this influx of people who want to come here is in America's interest. And I think that's a really important point you make, Mr. Cicilline. Thank you for allowing me to underscore it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
The rules are the rules, just like with immigration.
The gentleman from Florida is correct. Any further members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Schneider, recognized.
Thank you. I just want to reflect on this idea of who are real Americans, what is immigration. Some of the people, well, let me start here. I'm going to quote from the American Battlefield Trust. To this day, Haim Solomon remains one of the most forgotten members of the founding generation. I don't know if anyone knows who Haim Solomon is. Yet the revolution may have failed without the financial support and mind of this Polish-born Jew. Still, he remains sadly but a footnote in the founding of the United States. One of the great financiers of our country we wouldn't have been able to fight the War of Independence without the support of an immigrant. Some of the others I might mention who sought refuge in this country and made a significant difference as Americans: Albert Einstein, Elie Wiesel, 2 secretaries of state, Henry Kissinger and Madeleine Albright, entertainers including Gloria Estefan, Ruth Westheimer, Andy Garcia, Mikhail Baryshnikov, business leaders, as my colleague Mr. Cicilline noted, Sergey Brin, Google, Andy Grove, Intel. And I want to read just an excerpt from Andy Grove's memoir that talks about what it means to be able to look to a nation like ours from a place suffering from oppression or occupation. Andy Grove said, by the time I was 20, I had lived through a Hungarian fascist dictatorship, German military occupation, the Nazis' final solution, the siege of Budapest by the Soviet Red Army, a period of chaotic democracy in the years immediately after the war, a variety of repressive communist regimes, and a popular uprising that was put down at gunpoint, where many young people were killed. Countless others were interned. Some 200,000 Hungarians escaped to the West. I was one of them. Andy Grove came to this country. He founded a company called Intel, one of the great American companies that we celebrate, that we need to succeed into the future. This country is stronger because people from around the world look to who we are as a nation. The promise that America and the United States has held out for so many from so many places. And those people who come here make us stronger, make our economy stronger, make our nation better. We need to reform our immigration laws. We need border security. There's no question about that. What we need is comprehensive immigration reform. And we haven't been able to have it because too many people, especially on the other side of the aisle, are unwilling to work with us to get it done. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Castor, number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded
agreed
vote.
to. What?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been called for. Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. I'll remind members we will be voting at 1:30 in the interest of time. Any further amendments?
I've got an amendment at the desk, Chairman.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Castro Amendment number 8.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I have this amendment which would exclude 3 categories of individuals from the bill's provisions. First, the disabled. Second, religious minorities fleeing religious persecution from certain countries. And finally, Ukrainians fleeing the Russian invasion.
What is this?
First, let me speak about persons with disabilities. Some of you may have seen a few weeks ago, I thought CNN did an excellent job. They have a documentary series with Anderson Cooper on a Sunday night, and they followed these migrants who were crossing through the Darien Gap and all of their incredible hardships. And if you watch the struggles of these people and the hardships of these people, nobody would ever call them lazy. Nobody would ever say that they're coming here to just sit down and do nothing. But they followed certain families along the trail, and one of the families, a woman and a few of her kids, I think, they followed, and one of the children was a girl who looked to be, I don't know, maybe between 10 and 12 years old, who was a disabled girl that was having a lot of trouble even staying conscious. And the mom, after a while, could no longer carry her. And along the route, there were other men, migrant men, who were helping her carry her daughter across the Darien Gap. And so the bill, as it's currently written, would force people with disabilities who are able to make it to the United States, would send them back to places like Mexico or Guatemala, where there is no infrastructure for actually medically treating them and making sure that at a minimum, they get the medical attention that they need. Instead, they would just be dumped in Reynosa and Tijuana and H.Res, and many of them likely die. The second is religious persecution, people fleeing religious persecution who are religious minorities in their countries. This amendment would protect people like the Rohingya in Burma, the Catholics in Nicaragua, the Uyghurs in China, who many of us have spoken about concern for on multiple committees in this Congress, and other religious minorities. It would also include, this bill, my amendment, Ukrainians displaced by Russia's unprovoked invasion into Ukraine, making sure that they can stay here in the United States as their asylum claims are processed. So 3 exemptions: disabilities, religious minorities fleeing religious persecution, and Ukrainians who are fleeing the deadly Russian invasion. That's my amendment. Sending these individuals that I've laid out to unknown situations in Mexico or Central America with no access to family support or proper resources is unconscionable. I know many of my Republican friends have expressed support for each of these groups in different ways who are fleeing persecution. And I hope they'll continue to publicly support them by voting yes on this amendment. And I just want to add that I also believe that the rhetoric in the United States, the rhetoric in this Congress, the rhetoric from people across the aisle, the Republicans, is getting dangerous. It's ill-informed, and it's oftentimes malicious. You notice, let me give you a direct example. You notice that over the years, folks had moved away from calling human beings illegal. And now we have multiple people who I think have said it today. I was reading an article in San Antonio from a news organization, and probably about a week ago, and it said, you know, something, illegal aliens, or illegal immigrants. Part of the reason that we hadn't been using those terms is because at the least, we were able to all acknowledge that these are human beings. And you're trying not to dehumanize human beings. But unfortunately, many people, including many people in this Congress, and you can hear it today, start from the assumption that everybody that's coming here is out to kill Americans, is out to harm Americans. That's the assumption that people start with, that people are not gentle people, that they're not compassionate people like those people that volunteered to help that woman whose daughter was disabled and having trouble walking. They start with the idea that these are killers, that these are terrorists, and they're here to harm you. And then they go sell it to a wide swath of the American people. People disingenuously say that the border is open when we have 3 or 4 times the number of Border Patrol agents that we did in the year 2000, 23 years ago. We've got drones on the border. We've got surveillance, all kinds of surveillance mechanisms on the border, and yet people say that it's open for political reasons. I urge for your support on this amendment, and I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I oppose this amendment. It's currently law on the books. So any member seek recognition? Mr. Mass is recognized.
Thank you. Couple of things to address here. I think our colleagues, you honestly have to think the American people are stupid, because there's been nobody on this dais that said every person that comes from another country is here to commit a crime. Nobody's said that. But you are putting blinders on, being willfully naive to the fact of the matter that the asylum system, people pouring through our borders, is bringing in gross levels of crime. You use the term unconscionable. There's nothing unconscionable about sending somebody from Guatemala back to Guatemala. And your own remarks bear out exactly what really is unconscionable. The fact that you said, well, if they go back to Guatemala, they're not going to get the care that they need, or this that they need, or this that they need. You're literally saying you want the American people to pay for, in your example, somebody from Guatemala's health care, or their food, or their lodging, or everything else. That is what is truly unconscionable about what you want to allow with the system of immigration. Again, just allowing anybody to pour in it. And I will say it again, there are real Americans. You have said there's no such thing as a real American. It's hateful to say real Americans. No, there's real Americans. That is a fact. And there's nothing wrong with calling somebody illegal if they're here illegally. That's a fact. We don't have to be so sensitive as to not simply say what is the truth. It's all right to say that. You should get comfortable with saying these things that are true. We'd be in a better place for the people of the United States of America. We'd be in a better place about what goes on with their dollars that we spend, because every dollar is somebody's dollar that they went to work for. I know y'all are looking to redistribute it in a host of different ways, whether it's because of somebody's credit score or whether it's because of all the things that you listed off in your bill here. You'll redistribute, not because somebody's wealthy and they pay taxes, anybody that pays taxes, because that's what pays for every bit of the policy that you're talking about, whether they're from Guatemala or someone else, to pay for their health care, their lodging, their food, their everything else. It doesn't have to be a wealthy person. It could be somebody that's a thousandaire, right? Not a millionaire, a thousandaire. You're asking for them to pay for the health care of somebody else instead of having the money to pay for the health care of their own family. That is an example of unconscionable, to use your language. That is an example of being ill-informed, and I would say not worthy of representing the American people, because you don't think that there are real Americans to go out there and represent. But I would again say they are the ones that are most deserving of our attention, paying attention to their needs, their communities, their tax dollars, their time away from their family, the work of their hands, their labor, which you are very clearly not willing to take a look at in an appropriate way. In that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no
Mr.
further-
Chairman, I believe the words Mr. Mast just used to describe a colleague on this committee are perilously close to words that should be taken down, and I would urge the chair to counsel all members to take care in how they describe the person and the motivation of any colleague in this body.
Any further discussion?
Chair, will you yield to me, Jerry?
You would have to, someone has to yield the time.
Who's asking? You? I would gladly yield to you, Mr. Castro.
Brian, you can say whatever you want about me. It's fine.
Will you yield me time to do that?
Well, you just did, so.
Just more. If you want to give me more, I'm happy to keep going.
Just reclaiming,
let me
reclaiming my time just a little bit, Mr. Castro.
Yeah.
Actually, the rules of the House do not allow Mr. Mast to say anything he wants to say about you. And that's what I'm reminding our colleagues of. There is a decorum that must be respected. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, we may forget that, but I think we have to show fundamental respect for each other if we're going to get the people's business done in a meaningful way. I yield again to you, Mr. Castro.
Yeah, look, well, first of all, my amendment is on these three exemptions, but I have expressed a concern about where one particular party is headed in the United States. I believe it's getting dangerous. I believe in some instances it's getting hysterical, and it's detached from reality. And quite honestly, and I'm not speaking about any individual person, but I believe that a lot of it is animated by racism and bigotry. And somebody may not say something as directly, they may say something indirectly, but when you add up all of those comments and how they're speaking about people, I think it's hard not to reach that conclusion. And by the way, I'm not the only one that believes that. There are millions and millions of real Americans who believe that. I represent a hometown in San Antonio, Texas, of real Americans who go to work every day and work hours and hours and hours. I grew up in an area that was 95% Mexican-American. My grandmother came here in 1922 before the major immigration laws of the 1920s, where really, I mean, if you talk about a period in American history where there was an open border, it was really before about 1924, okay? And when my grandmother came to the United States, because both her parents had died around the time of the Mexican Revolution, and the closest relatives that could take her in were not in Mexico, but were in San Antonio, Texas. And there was a line in the documents when she arrived at Eagle Pass, Texas, that asked why she was coming. And her relatives wrote in that line, to live, that she was coming to live. So that's how different immigration policy was in 1922 than it is now. Now you got drones and Border Patrol agents and all this surveillance. I'm on the Intelligence Committee. All of this, all of the things that we do to make sure that we have as safe a border as possible. So that's why I say it's detached from reality, or it's either detached from reality or it's disingenuous. And that's the problem with our politics, both of those things. You know, a lot of folks take Codels over here to El Paso or to McAllen or wherever it may be. Maybe they go to San Diego, and the mayors and the others tell them, hey, this is a safe city. But people who live 1,000 miles from the border insist that they know better than the elected officials and the residents who actually live along the border. These are some of the, literally, by the numbers, by the American numbers, these are some of the safest cities in the country. Yet there's a whole hysteria created around the asylum seekers, you know, who want to have their asylum claims processed here in the United States. I yield back to Mr. Connolly.
I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Castro, number 8. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. The opinion of the chair, noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Roll
Chairman.
call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Any further amendments? Ms. Kamlager-Dev is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. And the clerk shall report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, sometimes it's the what, but oftentimes it's the how. And this amendment seeks to reflect a core component of our immigration policy that was omitted from the original text. The humanitarian and development assistance we provide countries in the region is pivotal to addressing the push factors of migration that are driving people to leave their home countries. Any sustainable approach to migration should focus on reducing the untenable conditions that are forcing people to flee. That's called strategic partnerships, strategic alliances. And without this focus, we are left with an immigration policy that only addresses the symptoms and not the root causes. And it's so important that if we're going to try to solve problems, we also look at the underlying issues, the root causes, and figure out ways that we can address those. My amendment recognizes the importance of United States humanitarian and development assistance in our immigration policy, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. With that, I yield back.
Yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Self is recognized.
I understand the desire is to, and the central policy is to spend more money. We have spent billions in humanitarian and development assistance in this region. Very little evidence that it has affected the factors, incentivizing people to migrate. The border is open. I believe the policy of the Biden administration is an open border. This amendment should be focused on the security assistance against the drug cartels, the sex trade. The sex trade in Houston is now worth $68 billion a year. It is now more lucrative than the drug trade, which is hard to imagine. We have to get into a serious conversation about allocating money toward the real issues in this region of the world. And we need to make sure that it reduces the flow of the illegal immigrants to the United States. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Ms. Sherfullis McCormick.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to first support my colleague Castro on his comments. The rhetoric that's coming from the other side is destructive, and it removes the humanity that we need to look at other people's suffering. As a first-generation Haitian American whose parents came here fleeing a dictator, seeing the grotesque actions and activities and how people were treated, we have to remember that we can live up to our greatness as Americans but still take care of our neighbors and being great neighbors. In addition to that, I think you're incorrect when you say that the money we spent on humanitarian efforts has not helped us in making sure that people stay in their homes. The truth of it is, no one wants to come to the United States. No one wants to leave their family, their home, and be stripped away from their culture. The reason why they're coming here is for centuries we have been the beacon of hope. For centuries we have been what everyone aspires to be. So if we proceed in these directions, what we are becoming is no longer the leader of international policy and humanitarian. We have a responsibility to be good neighbors, and when we see countries are suffering, step in, and that will not deteriorate us as Americans. So the language that Ms. Kamlaver-Dove has here is actually appropriate for what we need to do, because if we're going to stop migration, especially the extreme migration we've seen post-COVID, we have to step in and be those kinds of neighbors. We see Canada engaging in, we see other countries, and it is reducing. And another thing we have to acknowledge is that our borders are not open. They are not open. There's many people who are sent back who are still suffering, who are being exported and deported back to their country, and they are dying there. Americans are being attacked in Latin America right now. Americans. When do we actually start to stabilize and be good neighbors? When do we stop the rhetoric? When do we actually live up to what people voted us to do and to be here and be actually unified instead of perpetrating these lies? We have to be honest. The humanitarian aid we have given has worked. The borders are closed. The rhetoric is detrimental to all of us as Americans, and we see hate rising every single day. And so our responsibility is to ensure that we have fair policies, fair immigration practices, and that can only be done when we're honest and we have compassion for all humans. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Generally yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Kamlager-Dove. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, a recorded vote at the appropriate time.
A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2789 to direct the Secretary of State to develop a strategy on efforts to strengthen subnational cooperation between the United States and Mexico and for other purposes. The clerk shall designate the bill. The clerk shall designate the bill.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Without objection, first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute, numbers circulated to members in advance, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. Votes have been called, so I'm going to recess and now until after the floor votes, and then recognize members for the statements on the bill.
Test 1 2 1 2.
Dude, what'd you just do? That worked. What did you just do? Just
I had to reset.
Yeah, it's good.
One, two, one, two. Testing, one, two, one, two.
Mic check 1, 2.
Committee will come to order. You ready, Mr. Connolly? We're open to Mr. Sherman. Does any member seek recognition to speak on the bill? Mr. Stanton is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I represent a border state of Arizona, and I've heard time and time again from frustrated mayors, county executives, heads of nonprofits, business owners, and especially law enforcement about the disastrous effects of the fentanyl trafficking in our communities. It is devastating. And not only do these local leaders feel they're not getting support and resources they need from the federal government to tackle the problem, they are shut out of the conversation. These are folks on the ground with deep knowledge and expertise, and it's a rich, untapped resource. This legislation, the American Cooperation with Our Neighbors Act, tasks the Department of State and USAID with improving cooperation and collaboration between local leaders and agencies on both sides of the border. We know fentanyl is trafficked into the U.S. largely from a single source, Mexican cartels. Seizures along the southern border have been rising for many years, but it's clear to anyone paying attention that the pace is accelerating rapidly. This Congress has provided more funding to law enforcement and to the Border Patrol and modernized infrastructure at our ports of entry where most drugs are trafficked through. But it's going to take an all-hands-on-deck approach with every stakeholder working together towards a common goal. This bill aims to improve coordination between local law enforcement agencies, state and federal security forces, and our counterparts in Mexico by sharing data, creating professional development exchange programs, and supporting technical assistance to crack down on fentanyl traffickers. I've seen this sort of interagency collaboration work firsthand. Before I served in this Congress, before I served in local government in Arizona, I served as Deputy Attorney General for the state of Arizona. We took notice that cartels were using quick, anonymous Western Union wire transfers to launder money they made trafficking narcotics. So we got to work, and that office created the Transaction Record Analysis Center, or TRAC, that law enforcement across the Southwest can use to investigate and interdict the money laundering activities of national and international criminals, and to mitigate the violence associated with smuggling activities that fund these organizations. And it has been incredibly successful and was recently instrumental in a 3-year drug bust operation leading to the seizure of over 4.5 million fentanyl-laced fake prescription pills, 66 kilograms of fentanyl powder, $2 million in cash, and nearly 50 firearms. But this bill goes well beyond subnational law enforcement cooperation. It'll also improve coordination between the federal government and local leaders, businesses, hospitals, faith-based organizations who are working to combat the fallout from the epidemic, like organizations treating substance abuse or creating alternatives to gang affiliation, and businesses that make fentanyl testing strips and innovate ways to keep our pharmaceuticals safe. Some of that collaboration is already happening, but it is on a very ad hoc basis. This bill creates the space for sustained and strategic collaboration to fight the fentanyl crisis, ensuring that we are using our resources and vast knowledge of our local communities wisely. Fentanyl has taken a heavy toll in Mexico as well. Overdose deaths are steadily rising, along with the brutal cartel violence and rampant corruption that trafficking has fueled. To fight the fentanyl crisis, we need to commit to sustained and collaborative engagement and joint law enforcement, not just at the international, federal level, but between local leaders bearing the brunt of this crisis. The second section of this bill tasks the state and treasury departments with expanding access to financial markets for certain Caribbean nations. One thing that state and treasury will have to consider is how each country deals with reporting narcotics trafficking and financing of narcotics. This study will help us better understand how we can cooperate with our third border and how we can incentivize collaboration on drug trafficking. So I hope I can count on the support of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to advance this important legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? The chair recognizes Mr. Sherman for 5 minutes.
Fortunately, I won't take 5 minutes. I come from a border state, as does Mr. Stanton, and I think this is an important bill. That's why I support H.R. 2789. The measure offers a way to ensure that subnational dialogues on transnational challenges are not lost in our bilateral relationships. The issues which communities near the border face, including the impact of fentanyl, humans and arms trafficking, and migration flows, and the humanitarian response, all deserve our attention. These issues are not just criminal in nature, but they also involve public health, youth development, business, local capacity concerns, and they deserve to be considered as part of any high-level dialogue. Moreover, leaders in these locations have experiences to share, including best practices and new proposals. Local officials, community organizations, and others need to build capacity and need access to resources. A strategy which contemplates the local reality can enhance diplomatic relations with Mexico and build robust responses to multifaceted and transnational challenges. The states of Mexico dealing with the states of the United States, localities and cities dealing with each other will certainly help us move in the right direction. Another part of this bill is also important. That part of the bill would require a review of obstacles and steps needed to ensure that CARICOM nations have access to the financial services they need. For far too long, many of these island nations have faced tremendous adversity from devastating climate events and models which limit banking options due to perceptions of risk. This bill requires the State Department to conduct a review of current practices so that we are able to propose solutions to challenges that hinder Caribbean nations from providing much-needed financial protection and services to their population. That being said, it is important that our friends in the Caribbean not become a haven for tax evasion, a haven for those evading our anti-money laundering statutes and our Know Your Customer statutes. We particularly have got to be attuned to cryptocurrency as a device. We know that FTX was headquartered in the Bahamas. So I look forward to this review, making sure that banking for development and for transactions in the CARICOM nations goes forward without those nations serving either to promote cryptocurrency or for those who want to shield their assets, as so often the Cayman Islands allows people to shield them from legitimate tax laws. I support this bill and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And simply to bring up a discussion, though many members that were in the last debate are no longer in the room, it's to say this: we are now speaking about a bill. We're speaking about crime. We're speaking about human trafficking. We're speaking about drugs and everything that is coming with our problems of immigration. But just a few minutes ago, as we were talking about the system of asylum, if you brought up the fact that there was crime that was associated with, it immediately went hyperbolic, saying, well, if you say there's crime associated with the asylum system, then you must be saying that every person seeking asylum is a criminal. Well, let me just say this. Number one, if you're coming into our country illegally, you are a criminal. But now it's so hypocritical to me what I see going on here, the way this is discussed in one place and not in another place. Again, there is crime, there is human trafficking, there is drugs. This is all a part of the same conversation, and it all needs to be addressed. And I'll make the same statement that I made in the last debate. If your tub is overflowing, the first thing that you do is you shut off the water to keep it from continually overflowing, and then you deal with some of the problems. And we are at the point, in my opinion, that we need to shut off the water because of the way Americans are being affected by what is going on with our borders. In that, not seeing any further, is there any further discussion on the bill? I believe you were already recognized.
If the gentleman would yield 30 seconds of his time.
I will yield you 30 seconds of my time.
I'll simply say that it's my understanding of the law that it does not make you a criminal to come to our country and request asylum. Obviously, every group that involves hundreds of thousands of people includes a few people that might commit a crime. That's true of my own constituents, 750,000 of them. Some of them have engaged in criminal activity. So I look forward to working with you on this bill, and want to say that asylum is an important part of our law.
And I'll regain my time and just respond briefly and say, again, certainly not every person seeking asylum is a criminal. But if somebody enters the United States of America uninvited, there are ways that you are invited to come in and ways that you are not. If you enter the United States of America, no matter what situation it is that you come from, then you're a criminal. You're breaking America's laws, and you are a criminal. And that shouldn't be hyperbolic. You have to come in by proper invitation, just as I cannot go into Mexico or Guatemala or Canada or anywhere else by proper invitation. I can't smuggle something in there. I can't seek a job. I can't do anything but by proper invitation without being a criminal in that country, and we deserve to offer our people the same respect to our laws. In that, any further debate? I see Mr. Self raising his hand, so the chair recognizes Mr. Self for 5 minutes.
We've conflated asylum with being right. Asylum means that you get vetted, you get adjudicated. That's what we're not doing. I don't think that anyone is arguing with the international law about asylum and our own laws about asylum. What we're arguing about is how we do asylum in this country, and we are not. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member have an amendment that they wish to offer? I'll say this very slowly so you can regain your sense of where we are right now. The clerk shall now distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2789, offered by Mr. Issa of California. Page 3, after line 3, insert the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment 33 exists for an important reason, and that is that in the underlying bill, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, it fails to be specific about the need for the committees of jurisdiction to be informed about an agreement prior to its implementation. This gives Congress the transparency to understand, object if appropriate, rather than having a proposed agreement become a fait accompli without it. As you can see, they're not requiring that we approve or hold votes, but there's no question at all Congress has a role, and I've named at least a sublist of the committees who clearly need to be informed about the impact of deals, including the Committee of Jurisdiction for Immigration, a committee that I might remind you does in fact recognize that if someone presents at the border of entry for a claim, that is not illegal, but if they come over the border and are found north of the border, not through a border of entry port, that is illegal. And hopefully things like that in agreements by being reported to the various committees of jurisdiction in the House would give us the kind of information so that we can make sure these agreements are as complying. We think it's simple. Quite frankly, I expect that this is the kind of thing we voice vote and move into the underlying bill. And I thank the chairman for allowing me to briefly explain it, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I support this amendment. Do any other members seek recognition? The chair now.
Yes, just to say I support the amendment. It's my understanding the ranking member does as well.
That is correct. Very good. Gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Chair now recognizes Mr. Stanton for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The underlying bill does require, number one, a written strategy to be presented by USAID and state to Congress. It also has a 2-year review. That being said, I see no issue with the amendment that Congressman Issa has presented. It presents additional opportunities for congressional review of the subnational cooperation. And I do believe that it does add to the value of the bill, and I support the amendment as well.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? No? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Rep. Ison, number 33. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the Stanton amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
For 20.
Call for the ayes and yeas and nays.
This is Stanton AMS. Yes. I thought this was, do you want to change your chair
No, I don't.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready
On that, you
to
request a
ask.
recorded vote?
A recorded vote would require so many of our colleagues to come back.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? The committee will recess, subject to the call of the chair, and we will reconvene.
Yes.
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 The committee will recess, subject to the call of the chair, and we will reconvene to take votes at a later time. The clerk will send out a notice. We're adjourned?
Yep.
We're adjourned. I don't. And I'm in the chair.